Alright, it looks like we're finally getting underway here. Had a bunch of announcements first, just kind of going over how Battle Royales were getting played, what the prizing was going to be, what everything looks like. And currently we're going through some build sheets, making sure everybody's both paper and HC units is covered. The camera you see right now under table cam is going to be the table that we cover. During the Swiss rounds, it's going to be a bit random. Who's going to be there, who's going to be matched there, and then once we've did the top 8 cut, it's going to be a only the top table is going to be on the recording. So it's going to be really, really nice. We're going to get a good breath of who's playing, what we're going to be here. And thank you.
We're running this tournament on HC units, which means you'll be able to
Don't worry,
see
I'll
where
fix
you're
the audio
standing,
real quick.
who you're paired up against, what people are playing on HC units. And
How's that?
what was I going to say about that?
Is that a little bit better there,
When you're
Dylan?
done your game, in addition to filling out the paper, if one of you
Testing 1, 2, Dylan. How we feeling? Is this better or no?
that just speeds up the process because
I gotta not talk too loud, so we're gonna keep it pretty quiet. That way we're not interrupting other people. Because I can go a little bit louder, but I'm worried it's gonna get a little staticky.
Two rules things that I just want to throw out loud because they're both a little weird.
Let me go up to 35.
I think it's probably an unintended rules loophole right now.
There we go.
But at the end, if you've completely defeated your opponent, you score the random things that are left on the board.
There we go. Not too staticky, guys. Can you hear me nice and clear?
One shot that hasn't been turned over. The way the rules work right now.
Perfect.
You only score one shot.
So yeah, I've got to kind of keep this quiet library voice. That way I'm not talking over anybody. You guys can hear me just clear. And I'm going to be able to cast the game without interrupting it. Because we're only about 2 or 3 table widths away from the table that we're covering here. Just because of how tight the kind of space is. This would be perfect space if I didn't have to cast it. But I'm hoping to make it very digestible for new players. I hope you guys are going to be able to see some of the decision making. And of course, it'll just be a little bit more entertaining. Going over the mimic rules right now for the whole party.
As soon as you're moving and you're like, oh, I'm going to pick this thing up, your opponent's going to say mimic, and you might be like, oh, I forgot about mimic, I didn't want to pick that thing up. It's kind of too late once they've said mimic. Like, they're going to roll for mimic. Before that roll gets made, you need to say what square you're trying to pick up the thing from. Because if you were in the square of another character, or if you're in the square of blocking terrain or something like that, your opponent can't actually roll for mimic.
Yep, so going over the different clauses that would create an illegal situation if you call them mimic, making it very obvious for new players.
The rule of occupancy would say if you can't place this square, just go in the closest square to it. But because mimic says you may roll, it is an optional thing. So if you're trying to pick something up from the square of another character, they can't even roll for mimic. But you know, if you're just like, I'm going to move over here and pick this thing up. So make sure we're clarifying what square that's happening from before we're making the mimic roll.
Yeah, so just a quick breakdown for you guys. Can't create an illegal game state.
Hey, we're almost there. We're almost there. For real. Anyone? We will. Oh, I've got table numbers up. These little card things are table numbers. We're not quite in order because we have table 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just because table 1 will be what's on the stream in the top cut, and we'll maybe rotate that around for Swiss. If anyone doesn't want their photo taken or doesn't want to appear on the stream, please just let Jay and or I know, and we'll make sure that doesn't happen. Fellowship. We do have an extra katana that's going to be the fellowship prize. So we're going to do that as a vote. Everyone's going to get 2 votes for fellowship. So anyone that you think deserves fellowship vote, and it could be for any reason, someone who helped you out in getting here, someone who you just thought was a great opponent and fun to play, whether you lost to them or beat them or whatever, you just thought they had a great attitude. Any kind of act of kindness or anything, everyone can vote 2 people for fellowship. Only one of those votes can go to someone in your regular flavor. Okay? So Edmonton guys, you get 2 votes, but only one of them can go to an Edmonton guy. Lethbridge guys, only one of your vote can go to a Lethbridge guy. Yeah. You can't vote for it's just, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, yeah, totally. So you get 2 votes. Can't vote for yourself. Only one can be from your place. So you 3 both. You can't just do 2 votes each to each other. You can vote for one of your crew. Wow.
So just going over the fellowship prizing, the basic rules we've got are you can only vote, can't vote for yourself.
Any
You got to vote for
questions,
one
comments,
person
concerns,
from your
anything
normal
like
play
that?
group and one person from outside of it. So together, we'll have a huge vote for who's, you know, the people that bring up the community, and they're going to get a katana for a prize.
And we will randomly select who gets the buy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you were totally. Any other questions or anything like that? Yeah. Kate. Oh. Have a joker fish.
And we're passing out the participation joker fishes.
Fish for you. Fish for you. No shortage of fish.
It's a really cool item. I'll kind of show mine off right now, I guess. So the joker fish is the participation prize here. Everyone that's here is getting one. And I'll do a little unboxing for you guys while we're waiting for them to assign roles and teams.
Kate, I think that concludes the announcements. These shelves in the back here, you can
We've
use if you have a
finally
bag
concluded
you wanna
announcements.
stow or something like that. Corbin and Justin, this table here eventually needs to be cleared for other games. That one's not going to be a HeroClix table all day. Well, I would assume we're going to be playing somewhere. Yeah. So
We've
as
got
long as
our
we
little
clear
itty
that
bitty
out,
joker fish there.
I'm going to pair
So
up
5
the first
points.
round and grab a bathroom if you need it, and we should be up and running in just a few
And that
minutes
joker
here.
fish is going to be giving poison. We have some unique keywords, specifically Harley Quinn, so maybe Bardley Quinn getting a little bit of poison now. And takes away the fishing keyword there. Or swimming keyword. So very exciting stuff. I'll just put that back there for us. So I'm excited to see what everybody's playing today. We've got a bunch of different teams that I can see. We've got a couple of big Kongs running around. We've got, I see some Beetlejuices on the table. I see all kinds of different gods floating about. We've got a couple of unique things. I know we've got a multiple man player, which anyone on my channel knows that is near and dear to my heart. And so I'm really excited to see that. They've got a few tech options I haven't considered for that team. So we'll be learning something alongside you guys. I really hope we get it on stream. And everything else here, I really haven't gotten a good chance to look at. We've got a couple of Edmonton players, a couple of Lethbridge players here. Emily has showed up. And we've got a couple of people out from Red Deer. This is the first Champion Clix Open, I believe, that has been held this far west in Canada. And so we're really hoping for a good showcase of what we've got to offer on this side of the country. We've got a bunch of really good players. I'm really looking forward to seeing what everybody's playing, what primes are here, what support options are here, because right now the meta's totally open. People could be playing anything. We could be seeing starter kit characters here. We could be seeing, you know, some of your cookie cutter, Colossus, Ghost Rider, some Juggernauts, and we can be seeing things on the total opposite end. Maybe we'll get some jump scares. I know I've played that on some online scenes here, so maybe I've inspired somebody, or people have cooked up things I haven't even thought of. If I had a bingo card, though, I would definitely be looking at hopefully seeing some Stark. That'd be really cool to see the new Stark Industries, maybe some 400 Avengers. Those are some really good options, especially including the past keywords there. And so there's a lot of threatening things. We're going to see how creative people are. Keep in mind that we've got about 4 different players here. No, sorry, 5 or 6, including some of the extra people that have showed up, all trying to go to Canadian Nationals. So they have to decide if they're playing what they're going to bring at Canadian Nationals, or if they're going to try to keep that in their back pocket and play something else just to scout the field a little bit. So it's going to be Very interesting to see. It looks like we're finally setting up here.
Table 3.
Let's see if I can grab their information from HC units.
Oh, it's over here. It's over here.
Alright, we're doing some last minute running about.
Table 4 is going to be Justin versus
Hopefully I can see everything.
right over here. We talked about it the last time. The little playing card
Let's
thing
see.
is your table number. Table 5 is going to be a rematch of the century. Zeke versus Emily.
Ooh, Zeke versus Emily happening.
I didn't do it on purpose.
A little rematch action here. So we've got John's going to be one of the people at the top table. And I believe we got Slick.
And Tyler, I'm so sorry you got
Let's
the
see
bye.
here. So there's one.
I'm sorry. You'll get a win with 150. So you will end up 7th out of 13.
Let's see. We're going to go ahead and find it while they're setting up. And then we'll switch to the other stream here so you guys can really see it and enjoy it. So we're going to go events.
Not using Superman dice. What? Ben, have you seen Emily's team?
And then give me 1 second here. I'm going to go ask the players a quick question. Alright, so we're just hunting down our other team here. Shouldn't be too hard to find because this is the one I'm the most excited about to see. There it is. Alright. So let's go ahead and go to our game live. We're going to grab... let's see here. So we've got a big multiple man team happening here. And I'm super glad we're going to get this one first. It's going to be really exciting. In fact, it is such a large team, I'm not even going to be able to fit it all on the screen here. Yep. And then let's see if we can find the other team. There we go. We got Night Watch here as our player 1. Yo, my phone is popping off. That must be all the support we've got from home. Okay, and then what's he going as here? Shuffle McDeck. I'm all good. The funniest thing is I'm going to see all these people's... he will be watching. You already damaged Kevin. Alright, well, we're going to have one very upset spectator here. Because a borrowed Kevin has been damaged. Alright, so we're going to see what's going on here. We've got our Kingpin multiple man combo a favorite of the channel. We've got to root for it. Dylan's a little bit upset that his Kevin has already been damaged. I believe we've got some glue on site. It's going to be fixed right as rain before it gets back to him. But that unfortunately happens. In fact, while they're still setting up, I'll go back to myself here. And so this multiple man team, we've got a Zarathos, we've got a Daredevil, we've got a I'll let him know after. I can't really yell across while people are prepping. But I will tell him to let you fix it. And so we're running double Hydra Agent on this multiple man team. And then on the other side of the coin, we're looking at a very standard Colossus Ghost Rider. We've got a damaged Kevin with Tarwet on it. We've got a Daredevil +1 longsword for Degaton with a Bloodstone, Timebreaker, and Lucas, PJ, and Scott Pog. So we're getting the whole kitchen sink of Modern getting thrown at a whole bunch of multiple men here. Let's count how many multiple men he's actually got on this force. We're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So very classic setup. Norman Osborn is giving everyone Precision Strike. Important to note here, we have two, not one but two, Jersey Devils on the sideline. If you're not familiar with how that works, you get a token every time someone's generated. That includes being revived from multiple man or Hydra agents coming out. And once 13 characters have been produced or generated, that Jersey Devil is going to come out. And because he has two on the sideline, that means that they're both going to come out at the same time because they both get counters every single time it happens. So we're going to see how this extra 160 points worth of a charge piece is going to actually affect anything. The map you're seeing there is not the map they're actually going to use. It's just a placeholder for the table cam here. And I can't be more excited. Let's double check the equipment on some of this multiple man team. There is 0 pieces of equipment on this team. We do see Amanda Waller on the sideline. We see a Beetlejuice. Keep in mind this is post-nerf Beetlejuice, so he can only be called in by standard characters. And this multiple man team can do that without even blinking. And then for one-shots, we have the Mind Gem. What this is going to let them do is that whenever a character on the multiple man team hits, they're going to choose a power that can't be used until the end of the turn. So if one hit happens, you can take away a defense power, and then it's open season with the rest of those multiple men. On the flip side, though, if we're looking at Mr. McDeck's team there, we've got Destroyer Armor on Colossus. I understand this is a new thing that people are trying out. They like the extra defense on Colossus, and they like the Giant Reach too. This does mean that you've got to give up improved movement characters, but you're gaining all the benefits of being giant and being able to ignore most of the map anyway. In terms of everything else, we've got Crimson Gem on Ghost Rider, giving him some additional abilities to break away. Longsword on 20-point Daredevils. That Daredevil's got 2 revives, and Bloodstone on Perdegaton. The only thing he's got on the sideline worth of note here is Scarlet Witch is Ghost Rider's pilot. This means instead of Steel Energy, he's going to have Pin Blast and lean a lot more into range attacks. On the other side, he's got Fortify. Fortify on this team is probably not going to come out very often, but it may save Perdegaton, which means that the Bloodstone stays active for longer. Because remember, Fortify is after any kind of defense reductions. So he's going to have to pick and choose and keep in mind when he can drop this. And then we've also got Chthon, obviously going to be on Ghost Rider. We've got a Mimic and Ares. Big blades could be huge. And we're going to really see what happens here. So they've chosen the map. The map is good, thankfully. Good is in place. I really didn't want them to set that map up like 30 feet to the left. So we're still wonderfully in camera. And we're going to see what else happens here. I am so excited to see this match. I think a big thing to pay attention in this match is how long John decides to sit here and fight the multiple men one after the other, if he's going to accept the challenge, as I call it, and just go heads up with this team, or if he's going to try to extend and go into that back line. On the flip side, for our multiple man team, he's got to decide how far up he wants to push, where his support pieces are. What I want you to keep an eye on, damaged Kevin. I can't do that to Dylan, he's in the chat, man. That's diabolical. But what I want you to keep an eye on this game is where does that prime kingpin go? There's a lot of linchpins in this multiple man team, and it is very hard to take down just because of how resilient it is. But those 2 free attacks from Kingpin are a really big deal. And with Kingpin not having sidestep, it's going to be a part of the challenge of the game is to keep Kingpin in range to use that ability, because it's only a max of 6 squares. So we're going to see what happens here. He is covering the entire back line with these figures. Look at them all. They're absolutely beautiful. And it looks like we're starting to slow down. I can feel the energy in the room kind of settling. People are getting just kind of locked in, saying, how's my setup looking? Everyone's practiced this part of the game, and if they haven't, they need to before coming to an event like this. This is a really big deal in setting up properly, making sure you have your TKs, making sure if you have a Prodegaton you use it. And so let's see what happens. We've got phone booth here for John. That phone booth is going to allow him to have shape change, and he's most likely going to be carrying it with the Ghost Rider. So he's going to have to try to set up and get that Ghost Rider to carry it without triggering a Mimic. In this particular matchup, we don't have a Mimic on the sideline at all. A Jersey Devil's taking the spot. So we're going to have to see if John notices that and plays appropriately, or if he's going to pay too much respect for something that's not actually there as a threat. We've got a 1x2 elevated terrain dropping down. This is very good to have to deal with things like Spirit of Red Vengeance and Ghost Rider, to put it underneath them, raise them up above the rest of their team, and that way they're not affecting anybody that's adjacent. So in this case, there's a good chance that it gets used against John if this multiple man team can set up properly and take this piece of terrain and use it for themselves. A lot of the terrain is off to the sides of the map. The multiple man team wants a very open field to use. Similarly, John's just got a solid modern team. He doesn't really care what the map is because he ignores most of it anyway. So he just wants as many lines as he can. He'd probably play a little bit stronger here on a more closed off map. And so you can see that he's placed his terrain there in the bottom right corner very defensively. So let's switch over to the Game Live channel here. So we can see that bottom right corner on your screen there where that phone booth, the blocking terrain is. It's very closed in. If the multiple man want to get there, they've got to go all the way around that phone booth and then come back in. There we go. We've got Norman Osborn's initial trigger. We've got the Goblin Army. Keep in mind this is a 15-point goon piece. That was the word I was looking for. And when these die, he gets the wide berth to open up and choose any goon to come in. This is not an optional trigger, but it's a price that you're willing to pay to get precision strike on all these multiple men, because Norman Osborn does both of them. So we're going to see here. I'm going to see if John can actually hear me. John, can you hear me right now? No, he's locked in. Or at least he's pretending to be locked in. Okay, so we're checking cards here. I always recommend new players to check cards as much as possible, both before the game, so you can assign good targets and get a good goal for how you want the game to go, and during the game, so you can line up your good attacks with the defense powers that they beat. If you have a bunch of characters with Pin Blast, for example, you don't want to be burning that into a Super Sense piece. You want to get good value out of all your attacks, and checking the cards is a great way to do that. And we can see that even at the highest level of the game right here. The 2 revives on Daredevil might prove to be a really big deal. Most people will play Daredevil at 10 points, and if they have 20, they'll just play 2 Daredevils. So this might catch somebody off guard if they're not paying attention, or if they're too wrapped into their own game plan to realize what they're playing against. These characters with multiple dial choices, you have to keep that in mind and ask before the game so you know what's going on. I see a bunch of Kongs. I see a really cool devil dinosaur over there. He must be using it as a stand-in for Cap. Hopefully we'll get to see that. And I'm just kind of scouting the rest of the field. I see some wonderful Dianas, some Zalas, some Odin. And I'm really interested to see how our matchup here goes with we've got the what do you call it, the new respawn map. That's what it's called. We've got, I think, 1 game happening on respawn, and so we're gonna have to keep a close eye for how that plays out in such a competitive setting, because any kind of map rule like that can make such a huge difference, especially if you forget about it, plan your whole turn, and then suddenly you get cooked because of the map. So paying attention is such a big deal. Am I not on Cable Town? I'm so confused. I thought I was on the live game. Are we on coverage desk right now? Yeah, this is what we got. This is going to be the gameplay one. Is that not populating correctly on live? Let me double check here. Yeah, we're good. Brian trying to cook me here. Nice try, Brian. I really like that we're going to get to see yeah, I really like to see what our main Edmontonian player, I mean, of course, Tokened Up is based in Edmonton. That's where our core play group is, and everybody that helps contribute to the YouTube channel. And then, so we're going to see how we do here. You can feel the tension in the room kind of rising. Everybody's getting a little bit quiet, making some idle small chat, but you can feel that blood pressure kind of going up. People are locked in, mentally counting squares. You can just kind of see it in their eyes. A couple of foot tappers here. I'm ADHD as all heck myself, so I know that feeling. People rereading cards, making sure it's all good, counting out action tokens. All the normal things you do to kind of calm your nerves right before the game, just waiting for someone to announce that the round starts. I am just streaming the event, Cody. It would be... Can you imagine playing with the person casting the event? Could you imagine playing across from me while I was looking at another table and casting their game? That would be so disrespectful. But we're going to try to cast this whole time. We're just far enough away for them not to hear us, but my mic should be loud enough for you guys to pick it up. I just gotta kind of talk like I'm in a library the whole time.
Timer goes, that's last action, so if you've declared an action, you get to finish it. You don't get to finish any things that trigger after the resolutions of that action. So if you're like, I get to make an attack, and then after resolutions I can make another attack, the timer goes during that first attack. You won't get the second. You finish your current action. Go from there. Okay? Have fun. Thank you all for being here. Round 1 starts now.
Here we go, round 1. So it looks like multiple man picked the map, which is why we're on something so open. And Mr. McDeck here, from the Edmonton community here versus Lethbridge, 2 sister communities. And we're carefully piloting out what we're going to do. He's got the option to kind of move up, go ahead and secure the phone booth if he wants it. And definitely still going to tuck behind that blocking terrain. So there we go. It looks like Colossus carried Ghost Rider. That way Ghost Rider doesn't take the damage from Chthon, because every action Ghost Rider takes is going to hurt him. Nice little sidestep up with a carry. There's our damaged Kevin. He wants Kevin to be close enough to be able to see as much of the map as possible. What rule are you asking for, Brian? So there we go, another little carry action happening, getting the paw again. The paw carrying the time breaker because the time breaker is a little bit smaller. He's taken up a lot of squares here, which is going to help him out in the future, and left a perfect little gap there for Daredevil to slide into. So that phone booth has given shape change to his 3 main attackers. The damaged Kevin is high enough forward on the map to where he's got 8 squares of range, sees through everything for all these support powers. With Tara Wet on him, he's going to have, most likely going to be on the probability control click, and he's got Outwit and support from Tara Wet. Plus he's got the Marvel reroll. And so we're going to see here how this multiple man team accomplishes it, and like I said, keep an eye out for that white suit of Kingpin's up there in the top left corner right now. Kingpin needs to be safe, but far enough up to actually affect the game. So this is such a defensive position from John. It's very, very difficult for these multiple men to break it open. We're going to see what the multiple men decide to take over here. I don't think I've ever heard someone be happy of how their clicks got damaged. So it looks like we gave a nice little move action here. I'm going to assume that we perplexed up movement. We'll see here if he goes far enough. Now multiple men normally only have 5 movement, so if these guys move up 6 squares, we're going to know what happened. There we go, so that looks like a carry. Yeah, everybody's wildcarding to Underworld, so we're going to see the little juggle that multiple men are really known for. So on the 099 multiple man, he has elected a move action, and so all of the other multiple men now can make move actions that don't count against your total action total. So in this case, we're going to see quite a bit of these kinds of moves. So let's go ahead and highlight this multiple man for you. This is going to be the crux of the team. So we've got a hyper time on Perdegaton, which we've gotten around by placing the multiple man. So here's a cheeky little first attack. Here's the first prob going through. We've got an 11 on some pretty serious numbers. Okay, we're doing another attack on Colossus. Looks like a failed shape change. But Colossus' defense is so massive, it's going to be a Herculean effort to kind of break through this without fully surrounding him and getting Masters of Evil on the field. Let's see what we do next, because we've now invested 2 attacks. So we're very carefully counting out the squares between Kingpin's 6 square range and who we can still affect here. So what we're doing here is we're power actioning with Kingpin, moving the furthest up multiple man 2 squares and carrying the other multiple man with him, placing him ahead. Then the second multiple man still has to move 2 squares as part of the action and carry the other one ahead with him. So that lets him cheat out 2 attacks from almost 14 squares away, which is how we saw that Alpha Strike go off. But this means that Kingpin is left in the back corner, and we're going to have to see how he decides to move up the map to keep this pressure on. This is a very aggressive way to play this team that I like seeing. So let's see what happens here. I think we just remembered the Prodegaton 1 damage if you miss him.
Has a line of fire drawn to it, or is otherwise attacked. And this is no line of fire. It doesn't use door charge.
So let's see what's going on. We're getting some extra dice out. We're using the dice for action tokens here, it looks like. And just consolidating the defense into this tight corner, keeping Kingpin and the 099 alive. We still have Zarathos, and we have the Daredevil back there. And I'll bring up Zarathos here for you guys so you guys can see why this figure might be on this team. And there we go. So you can see Zarathos very much wants figures to die so that he can kind of pop off. Okay, so we've got our initial attacks here going with John. This is such a tough team to face down because you're getting swarmed from every side. And if you delay too long, you're going to find yourself surrounded with nowhere to go. And that's the dream that Multiple Man's going here for, but this Colossus and this Ghost Rider have so much damage built in that they might be able to just kind of sweep a path through and just break this team apart, especially because there's no Mimic on the sideline. So they're going to be carrying this phone booth the entire way, giving themselves an extra rollout and these ludicrously high defense numbers thanks to Chthon and our Destroyer armor here. And keep in mind, this multiple man team does not run probability controls. The whole idea is that you have so many attacks, you're going to get through the defense. If you can surround them, there's no charge, all they've got is sidestep to work with. So they're carefully avoiding this multiple man here that's in the middle of his field. Let's see what we're doing here. It looks like that's a TK. Colossus is giant, so he's going to be able to see over anything to make these lines of fire. Similarly, Prodegaton can see through characters just fine, which makes him such a good support piece no matter what click you have him on. Here's the charge mind control running straight through that object with his destroy blocking, improved movement. And he's only got to hit a 17 here. I'm really interested to see the Zarathos ad. It's not something I would have ever considered for the team. But that's what makes this course so good. You have 100 points to play with, putting it any direction you want. And anyone who's ever tried to build around characters with a gimmick know that the harder you lean into the gimmick, the weaker the rest of the team is. There's one exception for that, and that's if your gimmick is so good it just doesn't matter. And that might be the case here. So let's bring up Colossus for anybody not familiar. I know most of you know Colossus inside and out. But it's always good to bring him up just so you can see. The main interaction that matters here is that you can't use Mastermind on a mind control hit. And so it looks like we got some good damage there. But you can only use Mastermind on attacks that inflict damage. And Mastermind cuts right through it, and that's one of the biggest ways that these guys keep themselves safe. Luckily, it doesn't look like Colossus had a good way to actually get in. He had to burn that attack on one of the smaller multiple men. So very good defensive placement here by our Night Watch multiple man player. So we're back on the right side of the field. We're going to be playing this entire map, the entire event. We're going to be seeing attacks on the left side of the map, the right side of the map. We're going to go top and bottom. These figures are so mobile, and there's so many multiple men. Every single square matters. There we go. Looks like we've deleted another multiple man. And we're going to roll here to see if we get some Hydra agents. So we're finishing the hypersonic first because the Hydra agents generate after resolutions. So we have to resolve the entire ability first before they come down, which could dramatically change where these Hydra agents are spawned. So this kind of works in favor of the multiple man player. I'm a little bit worried for some of the support that's going to be stuck back here. But one of the main choke points for these swarm teams is about the third turn. That's when there's a chance that both multiple man and kingpin end up double tokened. And these multiple men only have sidestep to close the distance. And so if their main two commanders in the back are double tokened, they can't do anything. And it becomes very sluggish for a turn before things clear, and then they're back on the gas pedal. So Daredevil's cleared another multiple man. That's two that are gone now. Here's the roll. Very, very unlucky on the roll. We haven't seen any Hydra agents pop out, which means our Jersey Devils aren't proccing. We don't have any tokens on them yet. But there's still so much gas left in this tank. This is a minor win for McDeck at the moment. But anything could change. We see the Ghost Rider Colossus team really huddled around that phone booth, leaving Colossus way up front. But with how high those defenses are, that's such a safe place. It's so hard for those defensive characters to hurt them. It's really going to rely on this Daredevil and Zarathos if they're pulling their weight. And there's the Amanda Waller. Amanda Waller comes in off the sideline. If two characters that share a keyword with her die on the same turn, super easy for this multiple man team to do. Let's see if we can pull that up, because that's one that a lot of people aren't going to know. There we go. Let's take a look at that Amanda Waller's. The bomb callers is what's going to come up more often than anything else here. Anytime one of these multiple men die or anyone else on the team, pop, 1 damage. And that 1 damage is going to add up. So we still have Norman in the corner. We've got a Hydra agent in the corner. We've got the Goblin army still in the corner. We need to get these pieces into the game. And that's part of the problem of piloting one of these swarm teams is you only have so many actions. How are you going to use them? And if you leave points on the back that never get an action, they may as well have never been on the team to begin with. So he's really got to solve this puzzle here. How do we deal with this Colossus? We've power actioned with the 099. We've decided that we're going to be choosing close. So all of the multiple men on the map can make close attacks this turn without affecting his action total. Okay, all the multiple men are getting +1 attack now. This multiple man's still on top click. He needs to get damage this turn. And he failed the first generation. Failed the second generation. These are only 50-50 rolls, and he's now missed twice. He needs to bring these other multiple men in close and try it again. So they sidestep closer. They're trying. Oh no. Okay, we got one. For those at home, he's going to regenerate multiple men that are in the KO area. He had 2 in the KO area, and any multiple man that starts on the map has a chance to generate them on a 50-50 roll. And man, it took him 6 rolls to generate 2 multiple men. That is incredibly unlucky, and means that this last multiple man is halfway across the map from where he wanted him, which makes this incredibly tough. That's 2 generations though for our favorite Jersey Devil here. We've got a bunch of empowers. Kingpin's taken his power. So this way, these 2 figures that he's chosen have already sidestepped his turn. So choosing This power action with Kingpin gets them 2 extra squares of reach. But now, Kingpin is double tokened. We're about to get to that very fatal third turn. And we're going to see if we can keep the foot on the gas. This attack hits a 19. It'll miss by 1. Which is why that armor is so valuable on Colossus. And then we're taking the second punch here. And that's going to miss again. It's so difficult to hit some of these high defense numbers. There's not a lot that they can do. You just need enough attacks to eventually break through it. So we're taking some time to consider here. We're doing a full move there to get another Empower in the line. We're trying to surround Colossus. Remember, this Colossus does not have the normal motorcycle, so he doesn't have the free breakaway. He can get tied down. He does have Giant Reach too, though, so he can get at both Kingpin and the 099 if he wants. We've hit a 19 again. Just missing. Sorry, he had an extra Hydra agent that would have actually hit because of the move. We did the Marvel reroll. So we are activating the Mind Gem. We're taking away a power from Colossus. What's he taking away? We failed the Imperv roll. And we've taken away the defense power for the rest of the turn. But we've already sunk quite a few attacks in. And he's still got to hit the defense. It is important to note that we still have a reducer from the Destroyer armor if McDeck remembers that that's active. It's very easy to forget. So we're still going to be reducing 2 damage on all of these. And we have the Kevin in the back that can still use support and bring Colossus right back up. These teams are so difficult to take down. Oh no! He didn't remember the extra reducer, the invuln on the armor. He just took 4 damage from that attack. That could be win or loss. And another big attack from the multiple men. And that's down Colossus. Colossus is off the map. That was so many attacks there. So unfortunate. There's the Destroyer armor coming down. And the multiple men have it surrounded. That firmly puts the multiple man team ahead in points. Here's a little sidestep punch. And those 19s are coming in clutch. And another missed roll out there. So that's the first revive on Daredevil. And he is going to be immune, it looks like. So where do we go from here? I can feel the sigh of relief from our Night Watch player here. Taking that Colossus out of his face is such a breath of fresh air. And now he's going to figure out how he's going to do it here. He has destroyed the phone booth. Because of the Empower on the other multiple man and the +1 damage from Kingpin gives him the 4 damage total that he'd need to do that. So we've got an extra attack here. It looks like that's a reroll. And it looks like he's got it. Oh no, he was successful, sorry. Alright, Perdegaton under fire here. If you miss Perdegaton, you will take a damage. Which doesn't really bother this multiple man team. They don't care if people die, that just means they get to generate more things. So we are coming up to that fatal turn here. where most of the multiple man team's going to be tapped down if they fail a willpower. You can tell this Night Watch player is very, very happy with how that turn went, very understandably. And he still has half the team in reserve in this bottom left corner that hasn't even been called in. They haven't had to do anything. They've just been chilling. Here we go. We need to make some of these willpowers to keep in action. That first one will fail. Second one is successful. Maybe he can hit back here. So what are we going to decide to do? Looks like we're rolling some leaderships. And man, this is going to be tough here because he's got 3 multiple men in his face. And the main command force of the multiple man army up on the other side of the map is breathing fresh air. They have no pressure anymore. So Shuffle McDack here has got to figure out a way to clear these out from in front of him. Let Hydra agents generate all the way on the other side of the map and just breathe for a moment. Because if he can get some points here, he can steadily kind of recrew this advantage. Because this is, I think, the 3rd multiple man that's gone down. That's 30 points total. Importantly, the destroyer armor hasn't been broken or used yet, so those points aren't there. And those Hydra agents are being generated right in front of his face. Those might be some more free points. We have multiple targets on Ghost Rider. We could be picking up another 25 points here. And there's the bomb caller. The bomb caller from Amanda Waller taking 1 penetrating damage at a time. And it's just going to nickel and dime him. But I have a lot of faith here. This is not the first time this player has seen a multiple man team. He's going to be able to fight from out from underneath it. So let me highlight this card here because this card's about to come into play quite severely. This is the Hydra agent generating off the KO'd multiple men, and this gives this player access to both charge and blades, as well as more Masters of Evil to lower those big defense numbers. Thank you so much, Matt. I appreciate it. Exactly. We've got to make use of every single point on the map here. I'm all for getting this bystander involved. Maybe we can roll a crit. Maybe we can knock something out. Oh, that looks like some big dice there. That's a 4th multiple man down. Let's see if Hydra agents come up. We're going to have a penetrating damage from Amanda Waller floating around if our player remembers it. It's very easy to forget. And let's see what happens here. We're creeping up with this Ghost Rider here. We don't have phone booth. We're double tokened, but we're setting up for the next turn. If we can make a willpower, maybe we're back in it. There's our broken Kevin there. It brings a tear to my eye to see it moved every time. There's the 1 penetrating. We remembered. Very, very clean play here from Nightwatch. That should also take Kevin off the map. He has taken damage. And give him an internet argument token. There it is. He's coming off the map. And without Kevin on the map here, this is going to make some of these defensive rolls very, very sketchy. Because especially with more Masters of Evil coming around, instead of needing to roll a 9 or a 10 on some of these attacks, this number's dropping down to a 7 or 8, to a 6 or 7, with 3 empowers on it, with blades. It's starting to get really dangerous, and we need to clear these out. Having that safety net of Kevin to re-roll defensive rolls, to re-roll the multiple man attacks, or the Hydra agent rolls, is going to be so impactful. If we re-roll the Hydra agent roll to spawn Hydra agents, that could limit how much threat is on the map by 2 every single time they come out. We need to start getting this damage out. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Another 3 damage. but the toughness from Kingpin keeps the multiple man alive. It's so easy to forget that this Kingpin adds this toughness, which dramatically increases the survivability of these lower point pieces. So here's our prob. We need to get these figures off the map. But without Kevin, without that additional reroll, it makes it that much harder. Because these multiple men aren't shy on defense. We're looking at 18s, 19s if we perplex them up. So here we go. We're back on go. We failed the leadership. This is big news for this Colossus player. We want them to be double tokened this turn. If he gets a turn to breathe, he's going to be okay. This game's not over. It just feels bad because Colossus is down. Oh, that's such a roll. That is such a roll. I can't believe he just succeeded that. That's the second willpower that 099 has succeeded. And every single one of those is massive. If Kevin was still on the field, he could have re-rolled that and gone for a tempo play by having him be double token this turn. And any turn where that 099 was double tokened means you're taking 7 less attacks. Because now all the multiple men don't get to go for free. But let's see what happens. We're generating. That's a fail. That's another fail. That's 2. We can only generate 2 multiple men, so every one of these fails is a big deal, because we're losing out of squares to place them. There we go. We've got 1, and we've got 2. So all the multiple men are back on the field. And I really hope Mick Shuffle here is keeping track, or Mick Deck here is keeping track of how many he's knocked out. Because he needs to get to these point values. Start picking up some of these Hydra agents that are 15 points apiece. Pressure the other side of the map. Make this multiple man team stay mobile. If you stay in one place, that's what they want. Here we go. I believe we've chosen... I think he chose move and then perplexed up attack, which is a little bit weird. But I believe we're about to see the Kingpin shuffle here to maneuver these multiple men further up the board and collide with this Ghost Rider. So let's see here. For those at home, we are using some of these brightly colored blue and green dice for action tokens. And then Mick Deck here is using the a little bit more standard poker chips. Either one is fine. And that's another 5 points. We've picked up the Pog there. And every single lost point here matters. So what are we going to do? Of course there's a finishing move. There's always you have to declare it. Otherwise it just doesn't work. Here we go. We're counting out squares. There's the full move. We should be dropping another multiple man here close by. I believe most of the multiple men still have the Underworld TA. It's very easy to lose track of which ones are which. Actually, none of them are carrying, which means they all probably have Masters of Evil. And this Kingpin hit is about to be really large. Especially if Ghost Rider doesn't have any rollouts on him. He should still have the shape change from the pilot. But that's really the only thing that's going to keep him alive, because we're going to be swinging for some big damage numbers here. Each one of these hits should be 11 or 12 for 5. Here it is. Here's the first one. Failed shape change. There's the roll. Ooh, that's a big miss. One of the weaknesses of this team is that there's not enough space on the team to fit prob. But with the multiple Masters of Evil, that might have hit anyway. Let's see. There's the Fortify burned. So we're only going to take 1 damage. It's crazy that a 5 on the dice hits this Chthon Ghost Rider. I hope they remember the +1 defense from that Chthon. And this Ghost Rider already has 2 action tokens. He should have already taken a couple of damage from Chthon. This Ghost Rider probably doesn't have a lot left. There's just not enough juice in the tank. The dial's not deep enough. And this is just too much pressure. It's a wave. It's multiple men. What are you going to do? There was a really good chance to take this down with that Colossus. And now he's just got to wade his way across the battlefield. Shovel McDeck needs to go front to back, clearing out as much as this is possible. Because the only multiple men that can generate the KO'd characters are ones that started the turn on the map. So if you can lower him down to only 1 or 2 characters, 1 or 2 multiple men still standing, the chances of him being able to regenerate all these characters drops dramatically. The other side of the fence is that means that all those Hydra agents can come out. So here we go. Big decision here. It looks like that was a failed willpower. Make sure that when you guys are playing at home, try to declare what you're rolling for. That way your opponent knows as well. It's really easy to get wrapped up in your own head. And at times like this, where any single turn could dramatically flip the way the game's going, it's important to communicate clearly. Now I'm a little bit far, so maybe that did happen, I just couldn't hear it. But just a little PSA for you guys. Ooh, what a play! The Timebreaker came in close and bopped the Hydra agent away from the Daredevil, buying Daredevil some breathing room, and tying up the Hydra agent thanks to the Timebreaker. So it's a little 5-point piece, sliding away the danger and tying him up. Really, really cool move. We don't see that very often with the Timebreakers. And there's Kevin back on the map. Or at least his bases. Okay, let's see what happens next. We did a big clear turn. John really needs some of these willpowers to fail. There we go, that's one. And another successful willpower. This 099 can't be stopped. Every single turn, he's fresh as can be. In that amount of pressure, how are you going to defend against 7, 8 attacks every single turn? Okay, let's see. We're really going to go down to the wire here. I'm impressed by the resilience of this Colossal Ghost Rider team. They have tanked these hits over and over and are still asking for more. If this Kevin stays on the map this turn, he's going to be able to do a support, and he can heal this Ghost Rider back up, out of harm's way, back into a reducer. Then, Ghost Rider's got multiple targets and can clear out multiple things at the same time. Now keep in mind, he does have the Scarlet Witch as the pilot for this Ghost Rider, which means he does not have Steel Energy. So this position here, where he wouldn't be able to hit multiple targets and heal and get an additional buffer and rely on these defense powers to carry him through the game, are just not going to come up. Here we go. The Kingpin's been activated. We're about to get the Kingpin shuffle here. He's chosen his 2. There we go with the carry. And there's the movement. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 multiple men surrounding this Ghost Rider. Here's the first attack. Shape change. Looks like it was a 4. That wouldn't be successful. No, it was successful. It's a 5. Here we go. Here's the roll. A 4. That might honestly be good enough with all the Masters of Evil. Here we go. Second attack. That's another failed shape change. Ooh, a big 10. That's definitely going to connect. That was the reroll from, I'm assuming, Kevin, because I don't think Predegaton has line there. And he has survived the Kingpin shuffle there with another successful shape change. This is the nightmare of the multiple man team. Multiple successful rollouts. just slowly burns through them. And once all these multiple men have action tokens, it doesn't matter how many willpowers the 099 made, the actual characters themselves are still double token and can't move. A 3 attack isn't quite good enough. He's checking this time breaker. He says, can I get this little roach out of my face so I can go back on offense? Very, very good play by McDuck here to be patient and not create extra time breakers, which would just become fodder for these multiple men and Hydra agents. So it looks like we cleared out. Zarathos starting to get involved, or at least thinking about it. Goblin agent moving up as well. So let's see what's going to happen here. For Degaton leadership, looks like it dropped. Here's the next roll. That was the big support. It looks like he rolled a 5. That's going to be 3 extra health, completely nullifying all of those Chthon actions he's taken. He's going to be up in the top half of the dial for sure, which is exactly what he needed. This is why Kevin is on the field. Kevin has saved him with a prob, has gotten this big support, and has still got an outwit, but he's 1 square too far to use it. And there's no way for Kevin to get closer unless he swings Kevin on the other side of that multiple man. If he can get Kevin 1 square further up the field, he'll have that 8 square outwit and take away some of these big powers from 099 and Kingpin. So keep in mind that this big Kingpin, only his defense is protected outwit. You can outwit this special speed power and just neuter these 2 attacks to make sure it doesn't kind of take you over. Here comes Ghost Rider. He's coming in hot. He's able to slide in. He is not keeping Kevin safe. Kevin has been based, you could say. What a big hit here. And he's taken up a lot of the squares that 099 is going to create these other copies. So whenever the 099 gets hit, for those that don't know, he's going to generate tokens of little multiple men. And those tokens are going to be able to keep him safe because he uses Mastermind defensively to keep himself alive. Because of the Ghost Rider taking up those 2 spaces, because he's been surrounded by Kingpin and the other multiple man for safety, there wasn't enough room. And because of Chthon and the earlier hit from Colossus at the very beginning of the game, he's been able to take down 099. A lot of the firepower from this multiple man team has been neutered. All of those willpowers, all of that movement he's done, has left the multiple men halfway up the map while Ghost Rider is running through his backline. There we go. Nice little attack with a Blades for 6 from Daredevil. Let's see if he remembers the Amanda Waller damage. It's so easy to forget on some of these teams. And there's Daredevil finishing the hypersonic movement. He's still adjacent to where that multiple man was, though, so he's still going to take the damage. And so there's Timebreaker. There's Deggy. And I really hope that Daredevil had 1 extra click of life. I hope he was still top dial. There it is. They're just solving it now. Let's see. Okay, Daredevil still had 1 revive. He's coming back now. That's 2 of the revives taken off of Daredevil now. This is his last life. And here's the Hydra roll. Another failed roll. So that's at least 2 Hydra agents taken down now. I have lost count of the multiple men. I think that's the 5th one KO'd. So we're looking at still around 100 points plus the 50 from the 099 that's down. So John might have recouped the point value of Colossus. He might be back in this game. And it all started with that heal from Kevin. And there we go. Kevin is still hitting these props. Here we go. Is Kevin getting active? There we go. I think that was a Predegaton range attack onto the Hydra agent. Here we go. But the Hydra agents have a little bit more health than you'd expect. Not uncommon for them to take a shot and just kind of laugh it off. Especially because they're under 30 points, they've got that toughness from Kingpin, who is still alive. Now, importantly, if Kingpin drops next, it's going to be very, very difficult for these low point figures to actually pull their weight. Yes, they can surround you. Yes, they can use Masters of Evil and lower your defense, but at the end of the day, they're still just 10 attacks. So let's see what happens here. Our multiple man player needs to get this Zarathos in the game. Half this team has just been sitting in the corner. These are attacks that could be happening. This is a daredevil that could be making a massive impact. But without the 0099 live, there's just not enough actions in the turn to make use of it. Looks like an 8 on the roll. That's definitely hitting Kevin. There's the defensive prob, and a 9 anyway. He's getting through this Kevin. And there we go. Kevin's another internet token. I think that's 2. One more, and Kevin's done. I believe, and someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong, but Kevin will keep his action tokens if taken off the map. He's not dead or anything, he's just on his card. Here we go. And now you can see the sidestep dance of the multiple men trying to hurry back and protect the headquarters unit of this army. They've already lost half of it. This Kingpin is next on the chopping block, and this Ghost Rider is licking his chops. So here we go. This is that Kingpin shuffle. They sidestepped up. Kingpin took a power action, chose the same 2, and they both sidestep carried each other 2 more squares. You can get so much reach out of this shuffle maneuver. Oh, is that a crit? And Kevin's off the map. He can't do anything about it. But there's only 2 multiple men. There's only 1 in power here. So this is 2, 3, 4. So it looks like that was 4 to 5 damage on that Ghost Rider. Thanks to that heal from Kevin, he's still alive. So here we go. Here's Kevin. Or here's Kingpin, sorry. That action's resolved. He's got to figure out what to do with the rest of these multiple men because they're just out in the middle of nowhere. They're not fast enough to keep up with this Ghost Rider, and he knows that there's another support that's coming down. Once this Kevin gets back on the map, it might be the death knell with another big heal. Our player Shuffle here has survived the storm. Here comes Zarathos. He's coming in. What's he going to do with it? Let's get that Zarathos card out for you guys again. That's not a figure that most people see very much. So there's that Zarathos card for you guys. Here, I'll scroll up just a little bit. There you go. So that Zarathos is definitely on the bottom point line. He does have sidestep, but this 6 range for 3 damage needs to get in the game. If you have a damage value, you gotta use it. Here's the shape change. What a wild dice. Looks like that'll fail. So Zarathos has the Spirit of Vengeance active. He's got the bonus attack. This is 12 plus 6 hits an 18. But what click is Ghost Rider on? Is that enough? Because if Ghost Rider's up top, he might be a 19 defense right now. If this Kevin comes back on the map and this Ghost Rider's still here, this game might be getting wrapped up. He does. Zarathos is 30 points. He gets the Kingpin. He's an 11 for 4 with Kingpin out. That is damage that needs to be in this game. There we go. We're getting back to Underworld. We're giving up some of the Masters of Evil, but it makes these multiple men more mobile. Because right now they're just getting outran by this Ghost Rider. So what's he going to do though? Because if he stays here with this Ghost Rider and doesn't get this kill on Kingpin, he's going to be surrounded. And I don't know if he can survive that even at top dial. Here's the willpower. That's such a big willpower. Ghost Rider's still up. Here we go. There we go. So no tokens removed on the back end. Ghost Rider removed one. He's still up. Here's a little shuffle. A nice little carry. I would have liked to see an attack from... I would have liked to see an attack before the carry, just because he can't take an action now. But he might have been scared of the Amanda Waller dealing 1 damage to him. This Predagon can't have a lot of life left. He's been hit by these bomb callers, I think twice now. He's got to be low. The Daredevil has been hit. He's got no revives left. He's hanging by a thread. And oh no! The Kevin isn't coming back till the end of this turn. So here we go with the Hypersonic. Hitting both Goblin and Zarathos. Going for some points here. Goblin succeeded the shape change. So here we go. Remember, he was right next to Daredevil when he declared this attack. He swung to the edge, then came back. There we go. He's got the Zarathos prop. I don't think it was enough. There we go. He succeeded. The pin blast from Scarlet Witch coming in clutch. He got right through the toughness on Zarathos, picked up the 30 points, took the prob out, and did an extra damage there to Daredevil. Every single turn that this Ghost Rider's alive is another turn where he's back in. And he just took a damage from Chthon. And I can't believe this Ghost Rider is standing. This is the spirit of vengeance if I've ever seen it. The problem is though is that Kingpin's still up. And from what I can see, he's still got actions to spare. We might see a shuffle here. We might see this Goblin get involved. And this Daredevil's close enough where you don't have to think twice about if he can get in there or not. He's within range. There's so many attackers on this swarm style game plan from these multiple men, from this Kingpin, that there's just no getting away from it. Keep in mind, in the very bottom corner, just off the camera, is also a Hydra agent that's charged blades for 3 squares. That Hydra agent can get inside that whole team and go off. It looks like Kevin got put back on the map right below Daredevil. That Kevin only has 1 internet argument token left before he's down. And that is such a precarious place to put him. Very, very aggressive positioning. 2 very low rolls there. I think the Goblin attempted a hit there. That one was declared pretty fast. I think I missed the targets, but definitely a miss. Okay, perplex down defense Ghost Rider. So with all these attacks coming in, here comes the shuffle. It looks like he's counting out the squares, trying to figure out which of those 2 is the best to get in there. Yeah, he's remembered the other Hydra agent back there in the corner. That thing is still a threat. Here comes Daredevil, coming in hot, screeching into place. This is the first time this Daredevil's seen action. He's already taken 1 damage, which is how he's got this perplex. It looks like... I couldn't tell if that shape change succeeded or not, but let's see. On a hit 17 with the -1, that might be enough to actually hit him. We're getting the prob out here. This might be the last chance Kevin has to impact this game. He's got the 17. Here's the Kevin reroll. Both of Kevin's rolls now burned, and it just wasn't enough. That perplex down defense was crucial, and the Ghost Rider is down. He's been alive for so long. I don't know if this map looks the same without him. Here we go. Scarlet Witches hit the map. Here we go. He's taking the Mystics, which is the KO. We got the Bomb Caller, and I don't think we're generating any Hydra agents here. I don't think he's got the right keywords for it. But he's selecting where he's going on his next dial. So that's one revive down for him. I think he only had one to begin with. So this Daredevil is up for points here if McDeck wants to take it. There's some tough choices here for how we're going to conclude this turn. Is this Hydra agent coming in? Because if there's no Hydra agents alive, they can't generate more. One of them has to be up for that ability to work. Here we go. All the multiple men have now switched to Underworld. We are re-maneuvering everyone, getting sidesteps in, getting in place for the next turns. He smells blood in the water and he's going for it. Here we go. Everyone's coming across the map. You can really see the lack of mobility on this team if they don't have access to Underworld. Similarly, they can do this all they want, but they've all been carried now, so they can't make any attacks. No costed actions. Amanda Waller in the back. Is she going to get involved? She does have an outwit, which could be huge in cleaning up this game. And that Destroyer armor is still standing. That is 15 points, just right for the picking. Here we go. We've got Beetlejuice tokens going. So that's the first name token for Beetlejuice. He's got 2 left. He's really trying to lock this game out. Busting out every trick in the books. Hey, that's such good news, Wade. Glad to see you 1-0. Got to rep Edmonton. Here we go. We're trying to punch multiple man. So Daredevil on multiple man. But that 18 toughness is so high for how many points he is. Here's 4 damage. We've got another 10 points. I think that brings him up to 6 total multiple men KO'd. Someone might be able to correct me if I'm wrong. There's the Bomb Caller. And that might be a dead Predagon. Yep, that is. Amanda Waller Bomb Callers have done almost 7 damage now. And there's one. Daredevil's got 1 click left. Here's Scarlet Witch. We're pre-announcing our moves just in case time gets called. And it's really just Daredevil on his last leg, Scarlet Witch, and this Kevin with 2 out of 3 argument tokens. Here's the roll. There's the last declared. What a good game. We're going to have to see who comes out on top here. We're finishing the attack here with Switch. And what an incredible game. Absolutely bloodbath. Both sides of the map. We got to play the whole stretch of this courtroom here. You let Daredevil run loose in a courtroom like that, and it's just going to be chaotic. That Ghost Rider put every single point he was worth onto that map. And we're going to see what the point total is here at the end. $160. 165 is, I think, what the multiple man team has given up. $175, I think we've included the Mind Gem. $185 to $175 is the final totals. I think the multiple man has taken it. It's a tie game. The Mind Gem brought it to 185. It's 185 all. We're going to have the judge check. What do we do for a tie game? 185 all because that destroyer armor is still on the map.
Yeah, in elimination we'd have to do a roll off, but what about in Swiss? So at 0-0 would be a double loss, but they'll still.
The destroyer armor survived directly in front of Kingpin in the middle of 6 multiple men at one point, all with enough damage to break it, pick it up, do whatever they wanted. They could have had a party inside that suit of armor and he would have got the 15 points. And I think we're going to check for the judge. What is the final point values? Is this a tie? Is this a roll-off? What are we doing? Judge, can we get a ruling? What happens on the tie?
If it was a 0-0 tie,
Yeah.
it's a double loss.
Okay.
In Swiss.
Yeah.
If it's a tie with points, then it's a roll-off.
All right,
we're get their points, but the winner goes to the roll-off.
So they're double
if we
checking
were
the
in
math.
An elimination bracket, then the
Okay.
loser
So
of the roll-off would be eliminated.
got you. So because it's Swiss and it's not 0-0, they both have points. We're going to the roll-off. So we're double checking all the math, making sure.
It's not a tie.
Okay. Because I think on the first count it was 175 to 185.
Not a tie.
Not a tie. Who's taking it?
So who won? Just barely. Okay.
All right.
Multiple man is
Mul-
the winner.
All right. Official ruling. Multiple man takes it by 20. I think was the last call once everything was added up. But what a nail biter of a game to have for our first game. Absolute chaos across the map. That Ghost Rider had no business putting in that level of work, but he did it. He ran all over that team. And those multiple men could hang. They didn't even blink twice in front of that. The 99 went down, and they just kept on trucking. What an absolutely insane game. I'm so glad we got to watch that one. I wouldn't have picked any better map, but I definitely need a drink of water after that. I've been talking the whole time. So I'm going to leave you guys for just a second. Use the restroom and come back. Oh, man. normally I was going to interview the winner of the game for between rounds, but I was holding in a restroom break there for so long. Alright, so we've already got our round matchups here. I'm playing a little bit of catch up.
Table 3 is Slick versus Tyler over here. Table 4.
He's worried I'm going to watch all his misplays is what he said.
Table 5 is going to be Jabin versus Aaron. You both lost with 75, so you're perfectly balanced. Both perfectly table 6 is Derek.
Let me double check who's at the top table so I can grab those teams for you. Alright, we're doing the old shuffle here. Everybody's moving around. Let me grab our two teams here. We do have Wade next round. He's in. Well, no, originally I was going to do some interviews with the players in between rounds, but I drank so much water that round trying to keep talking, I just had to use the restroom there. So let's grab the correct window here. Okay, that team's good. Let's grab this team. Okay, let's grab this team again, because apparently I just messed it up. There we go, and then let me grab the correct names for you guys. Green Heath here. Skype in there. That's so funny. There we go. And then I believe our boy here from Edmonton is Wormageddon, which I love that name.
We're going to try start the next round within 10 minutes. So take a minute, look at your opponent's team, get everything set up.
There we go. So we've got Wormageddon versus Green Heath. We've got Odin at 150 with the Destroyer armor. We've got Cap with Mjolnir. This should be the Captain America from the new Smash and Destroy. We have Scarlet Witch on there at 25. This is from the 400 series, holding the Bag of Holding. She has access to all three of the main support powers. Star-Lord for Degaton. Copycat versus Kong. Spider-Ham with Trick Arrows. Black Symbiote. This is a 200-point Kong. 200-point Kong. People said it was dead. People weren't playing it, and yet here it is. We're going to see if it survives this Swiss round. Let me check the sidelines here. Who's got some cool stuff? Assist from another world on this Kong team on the sideline means that you can bring in another Kong, and we see it there on the sideline. We've got Poseidon for Quake. We've got Mimic. We've got Beetlejuice. It is important to note that Kong is not a standard character, so he actually can't call in Juice. So hopefully we remember that. Those rules changes do affect big characters as well. We've got Ares on here, and of course we have the Atlantis throne room for the map. We might see a Poseidon Quake hit the field. And then for our other team here, this Odin team with the Destroyer. This Odin is kind of built on free actions. This is a legacy Odin. He can summon the two ravens to give him access to perplex and prob and adjust stats a little bit. He's got some sidestep and impervious reduced pen. That is just a classic in today's world. And more importantly, you're going to hear it a lot. He's going to tell someone that they are not worthy. They're going to choose an opposing character, and until your next turn, that character is earthbound and neutralized, can't use the effective equipment, and its max attack and defense are equal to Odin's. And as a legacy figure, that can be pretty punishing. So let's bring up that Odin for you guys so you can see it, because this whole game is going to revolve around this legacy Odin. So there you go, you can see it for yourself. The stats on this Odin are going to make a very big difference. There we go, they're playing on top of the map, perfect. It looks like we're going to, I think this is the Manhattan map, the one where there's a whole blocking terrain on either side. What's really cool about this map is that you can choose the blocked off sides for your starting point. That means that you're starting all of your characters one full square up, and so is your opponent. So instead of a 16 square map, it's a 14 square map, and there's so many characters that can get those 14 squares. That is not difficult by any stretch of the imagination. And I got a text here telling me that my mic was still a little low, so we're going to crank it up. There you go, we'll just kind of leave it as is, I guess. It's been working so far. So the placement of this is going to be very impactful. Mic should be fixed now. It kind of got muted for a second. Unless I really mess it up. Let me double check. There you go. Yeah, I was trying to turn it up because I got a text telling me it was still a little bit low for them, but the problem is you start getting staticky when you turn it up, and if I try to talk louder to make up for it, now those players can hear me, and now we're affecting the game. So I gotta kind of keep this very low level of voice on my end, and that way you guys can get the full unadulterated competitive game without interfering with the match at all. So let me get the... There we go. Yeah, I could probably turn it up a little bit. Let me... You know what? You might lose my mic for just a second, but it might be worth it. We're going to do this. There we go. Hopefully that'll kick in. Yep, there we go. So it should be a little bit louder now. Raise it by another 10 decibels. Let me know if that's too static. And then let's take a look here at this cap. I know everyone who saw this cap immediately said this guy's a threat. This Captain America is dangerous. He's going to shape the game. And so there we go. There's the Colosseum cap. There's going to be a lot of rulings here for the Colosseum, but the basic thing to remember is he's going to put this marker down. It's going to break everything within 2 squares, so the Colosseum's only 5 squares wide total. And then, if you're outside the Colosseum, you have penalties for attacking people inside. You can't hate from outside the club. If you get in, if you're inside the Colosseum, you can attack whoever you want. There's no penalty. You get extra points for killing people that are inside of it. So very, very advantageous. It's going to warp this whole game. I'm fairly certain that our comp... No, because he definitely would have chosen... Actually, let me just ask. Alright, so our Kong player here chose to go first, successfully won the roll. So this map here is provided by our boy Wormageddon, representing Edmonton. And so this is going to be a nail-biter of a game. Unlike the previous game, where it was just kind of all over the place, people were fighting left, right, and center, this is going to be boom. Everybody's going to get into that Coliseum. It's going to be a rush to see who can hold it first. They're going to play King of the Hill. This isn't team deathmatch. This is who's in the Coliseum, who's holding it, and if they can survive. What's really cool here is I can't wait to see the lower point Kong coming from the sideline off the one shot, which is a sweet, sweet inclusion in this team. Kong is so powerful, so you can still play your two Kongs even at 200 points. So that assist from another world, this is the first time I've seen someone other than myself trying to play it, so I'm really, really excited. I would have never thought to use it here. Everybody saw that one shot, and they immediately thought, yeah, I think this Kong's going to do what it does no matter what. Yeah, this one shot, everybody thought it was going to be for Hadari Yao, these big attackers. And Kong just kind of slipped under the radar. He was already so good, why would he need more? But if you're a competitive player, you're going to take every edge you can get. In this case, let's play a second Kong. So we've got pretty much the map set up. You can see that we're sliding some of the big elevated terrain over onto the side of the map. We want it away from the Coliseum if we're Wade, so that way if Kong goes up on it, he's either got to choose to be up there or in the Coliseum. He can't have both. So let's see what happens there. We're getting some last minute rules questions from some other tables. Everybody's kind of just taking a breath of fresh air, man. Like, that first game is already done. There's nothing else you got to worry about anymore. You're just on a game 2. You're just playing a regular HeroClix night now. The more you're worried about, you know, who's winning what, how many points everybody has, the more stressed out you're going to get. And so you can feel the kind of energy in the room just get a little bit more relaxed. First game's out of the way. We're here. We're playing. So you can see some of the smiles across the faces as I'm looking around. And we're getting into just normal HeroClix vibe. People making sure nobody's forgetting anything. Hey, did you remember this? Don't forget that. Are you placing here? Where are you going to be? You can feel the energy, and it's great. I absolutely love being at HeroClix events. It is the freaking best. The best community in any game I've ever played, bar none. And it's not close. So we've got a bunch of different tables getting set up here. Everyone's pretty much locked in. We're going to see what happens here. Because, man, I can't imagine looking a 200 point Kong in the face and going, it's alright. So if we take a look one more time at some of these sidelines here, it doesn't look like this Kong has Gaia or anything else on this sideline. In fact, the only gods on here are Ares and Poseidon. So, ooh. There we go. There we go. Fix the old Wormageddons. So Spider-Ham is very important here, largely because Spider-Ham says that if another character is within 4 of you with range and line of fire, you can't be targeted by range attacks. This is a very defensive focused prime that also gives everybody plasticity. And here we go, rounds beginning. We're going to see if the Spider-Ham can keep Kong safe. Between the Coliseum being in the middle, Spider-Ham existing, and this big Kong just monkeying around this whole map, it's going to decide what happens. You can see the special marker just to the right of the phone booth, about 4 away from the starting line here for Mr. Wormageddon. And so that special marker is going to be 2 by 2, 2 squares in every direction is the full Colosseum. That's the sweet spot you want to stay in on this map. I'll leave Spider-Ham up a little bit more. The Odin that's on this map is a very ranged attack heavy character with massive, massive range. And so if this Kong gets too close, now this Odin's going to have to rely on close attacks as well. And that's not what he wants to do. He wants to be a sniper tower in the back, force you to come in, and then start punching. So we're already breaking some terrain here. It looks like we actively just killed the symbiote. He's obviously going to be choosing Kong, and let's just take a look at it. So Kong now has shape change, steel energy, and super strength, plus there's a motorcycle on the ground next to him. So this Kong is juiced up with this black symbiote going down. So very, very clean bit of self-damaging. Didn't lose any momentum, moved everybody a little bit closer, but Kong stayed safe. So let's see what happens here. Looks like this is Wormageddon's turn 1. And we're going to figure out what he's going to do here. Copycat's moving up. He's going to load as much support as possible into this Colosseum, I think, which could be a double-edged sword. Because the Colosseum also gives extra points. Okay, it was a sidestep up using the TK from Prodegaton to TK the phone booth into the Colosseum. A very good use of this copycat pog. This copycat gets every power available from all characters within 3 squares. We're counting out the range of the big Kong, seeing where he can go. He's going to be able to take 2 actions because this Kong only has 2 figures on the map now. And he's got that motorcycle equipped, so I imagine he also has senses, or at least combat reflexes. We'll find out what here in a second. I bet you it's combat reflexes, because you can't take a range attack against this Kong anyway. So this Kong is permanent, +2. I'll see if I can fix the focus, but I think this is the best we've got at the moment. Yeah, I think that's the best we got there. So I believe Odin is making a snipe onto Spider-Ham here. Nice little, looks like a TK up from Scarlet Witch to make it happen. Got the shot off, and is positioned inside the Colosseum with the phone booth. There's extra protection. This is everything Wormageddon's trying to do, all on the first turn. This is an ideal first turn here for Wormageddon. People got the peanut gallery in my text chain here. It's alright, I love you guys. I appreciate all your help. We've got a judge call here. So he's got a diagonal, but it's not a perfect diagonal, which means it's going slightly through. So we're a little bit off on being able to do the full running shot there with Star-Lord, And he's got the trick arrows on this team. His goal here is to KO the Spider Ham as quickly as possible before it becomes a problem. So we're counting out how far we can get there. Here comes the running shot now. And we're just destroying it out from under him, making him take the damage. And there goes Spider Ham. Spider Ham is down. This leaves us with just a 200-point Kong. But that is a big just. Because he's still got the motorcycle on him. He's still got the black symbiote's ability on him. But there's no gods, there's no Gaia. And now, we've got 50 points ahead here for Wormageddon. Greenheath is going to have to pull something out and take this arena over. Because if he puts up outside this arena, he's going to have -2 attack, -2 damage for any standard damage. It looks like we're activating our card early. Ooh, wrong card pulled up. Let me fix that real quick. So here's the 10-point call-in, assist from another world, and he's calling in the 50-point Kong. This is essentially giving that Kong a sidestep. The problem is that the main Kong can't take any actions here. We're getting a big charge quake. He is inside the arena, just barely. That front foot is just clipping in there. And we're hitting this big quake. He's counting out the squares. He's one short. Looks like that was a missed attack. And now he's coming in for the second one. Here we go. Big charge quake. And it looks like that's a miss. Oh no, it was a hit. We're probbing it with Copycat. She's taking prob from Prodegaton. And then what are we sitting here with? We're probbing again. He's trying so hard to keep this Prodegaton alive. Here's the third and last prob. And so what are the targets here? Star-Lord taking the damage. It is 3. Star-Lord is flying, so this is penetrating damage to everyone. That does activate Star-Lord, though. Not something you see very often. Okay, Cap's taking the damage. Man, everybody's taking this damage here. There's that Star-Lord for you. He was low dial, so 3 puts him on that running shot pin blast for 3. He loves to be on that click. And it looks like Wade is... The Scarlet Witch is gone. He just lost so much of the support. Let's see if Copycat stays alive. We've got Senses. We've got Imperv. But it doesn't reduce pins. This is going to be fun. I really hope he remembered the close combat expert for her. Because usually it's very, very difficult to get her taken down. And that charge quake just nuked the entire team. But don't forget, Wormageddon still has more points on the map than Greenheath does. Between this Captain America and this Odin, we're looking at, what is that, 215 points? Compared to just the 200 points of Kong. Not to mention, Star-Lord with Trick Arrows is still here. That 4 health of his has come in massive. So let's find this Captain America for us. We're going to be looking at this cap a lot. So let me just go ahead and find it in the other window here. There we go. And I'm just going to leave this up there for you guys because he has no reducer. But he has summoned that big dinosaur. It's right there up next to him. And poof. That Kong came in, took 2 actions, quaked his entire team, and then just vanished. Like a freaking, the dirtiest magic trick I've ever seen. But, importantly, Wormageddon still has control over the arena. He can still shoot from halfway across the map with his Odin. He can still call in the Ravens. He's not out of support powers at all. And he can determine that Kong is Earthbound neutralized. Can't use the effect of that bike that he's got if he remembers he has it. So let's see what happens next. This is such a tough position to be in, to get half your team blown aside and decide that you're still in this game. And I don't think Wormageddon is shy. He's going to step up and figure out how to do this. The shape change and steal energy onto the Kong from the black symbiote is going to be so tough to get through though. So let's see what's going to happen. Star-Lord takes a pop shot. Looks like he misses. We're counting out squares, but for what? Is the dinosaur coming in? This is very interesting because normally this cap wants that dinosaur to stay close. Here comes Hugin and Mugen, our two Ravens. One's got Outwit, one's got Perplex, and both of them can modify the opponent's damage, or modify their attacks. So let's see what's going to happen here. I really want to know where this big dinosaur from Cap is going to go. Because if you leave it next to Cap, it's susceptible to all the things Kongs normally does. It's just going to get quaked out. But here we go. Okay, so Cap is swinging over there with Star-Lord with the dino. I think the dino's carrying him. And they're trying to take over the herb bush, it looks like, that his opponent placed. Because if he can sit himself in that herb bush, he can get up off the stop click, and Kong's going to have to burn multiple attacks into this Cap and really limit the amount of damage that he's putting out. The problem is he's giving up the arena to do it. So here we go. We're double checking what the Ravens are doing, just making sure that they're being applied properly, counting out how far they're affecting the squares and where they need to be. I hope that person didn't just fall trying to avoid that camera. He could have just walked past. You know what? That's alright. Yes, Brian, one-shots are unique. You can see on the back of all of the cards it kind of breaks down the different rules for them. Otherwise, you know, I would be rocking like 4 Fortifies on my sideline. I think they're so good. So we took a nice little pop shot with Odin, and this game is really just going to come down to who's going to get these better rolls. The 50-point Kong, for just 10 points of that assist from another world call-in, came in and wiped out 3 different props, the Perplex, and Outwit, a leadership, and has just kneecapped this team. But at the end of the day, we still have Odin, and we still have Cap. And Star-Lord is activated. So we've got 3 main attackers versus what is essentially a one-man army. And here he comes. King Kong's coming in hot. He's got the double targets. I'm not sure if Kong has the improved targeting through characters to draw this line, but I know that Wormageddon knows these pieces better than I do. But if he chooses to line from the back square, I think he's got it no matter what. So it looks like we're hitting. We're doing our rollouts. Those are not good rolls. Those rollouts are very unfortunate. And both the Ravens are dead. I will say that I believe Kong was targeting a character from from outside the arena. So he should have had -2 attack on that whole swing. I don't know if that'll change anything because he's got a big old 9 sitting there. And I think Wade is just remembering right now. Yeah, they're double checking now. And I'm fairly certain that Kong has -2 attack for this because at least one of the targets is inside the Colosseum. This is why this matchup is so focused around the map placement. No matter how big your one-man army is, if you're swinging for -2 attack every single attack, there's just not a lot that you can do, like the stats are lined up against you. So it looks like they still hit, thanks to that big old 9 attack that he rolled. And we're just double checking all the Colosseum rules, making sure that Kong's not getting extra points for anything. There's Star-Lord down. And Cap was right back to the stop click, I believe, unless he didn't get the point of healing. No, he got knocked back off the first stop click. There we go, just had a cheeky food order with the judge here. He's treating me to a little bit of sushi from next door, which is super nice of them. This is what I'm talking about for the HeroClix community. Like, the community makes the game. And we've got the second attack from Kong here onto Cap. So just to recap, I suppose, when Cap got hit to his first stop click down in the corner, he doesn't have a reducer. So he got hit to the stop click and knocked back and took 1 extra damage. Then on the second attack, he got hit to the last stop click, and then the second attack for the turn of Kong, because Armageddon had more characters, he was able to KO Cap, which is a big ol' 65 points. Now, it's Odin and a dinosaur versus Kong. So we're going to get the legendary showdown of Kong versus T-Rex out here in the open map. Odin on his throne watching it go down. And the dinosaur picks up his own trick arrows. Is he going to equip them? Or is he going to bash Kong in the head with them? This game could go either way right now. There's not a lot. But man, if we're going to break through this Kong, these are the kinds of rolls we need to get it going. So there was the shape change. Okay. So successful hit. We've gotten Kong down off top click. I think this is the first time this Kong's actually taken the damage. But remember, this Kong does have the steel energy from the black symbiote. If he connects, he's healing right back up. This is a very scary version of what 200 point Kong looks like. And this is without Gaia and the consistent healing as well. It looks like he's focusing down the dino. And he's really got to decide if it's worth it to target Odin or not, because if he targets Odin, then he's got -2 attack. So we're checking the cards, trying to see if it's worth it or not. Let's see what he's going to do, because this is a really big choice. He's getting space on Odin, making sure Odin's going to have to come out of the Colosseum if he wants to keep this fight going. And Odin is double tapped. He is giant thanks to the Destroyer, so he does have giant willpower. But here we go with a Quake, trying to destroy Mjolnir. But I don't think Mjolnir breaks. I think we're getting a check here. We're double checking to see if Mjolnir can be destroyed from a quake, because that is a lot of points.
Only be destroyed by using it in an attack or by its own effect.
Okay, so you cannot quake destroy an invulnerable object, and Kong can't pick it up. We're double checking the rulings.
Destroy all terrain markers. And Indestructible says it can only be destroyed in an attack by using it in an attack.
So Mjolnir can't be used in the attack because it's immovable. And is indestructible, so it can't be destroyed by Quake either. So we've denied a nice little 20 points there. And our Kong player is more than happy to just punch the crap out of this dinosaur. Looks like it was a miss. Oh no, we're rolling here. There's the willpowers. Both willpowers failed. He killed the symbiote with the 2 terrains that you see destroyed there on the left-hand side. It was super quick. Alright, so we had a little bit of a clear turn with Odin and the Dino. We just rolled the double willpower for Kong. He's trying to figure out what he's going to do to approach this game. He's just stepping right over top of this Mjolnir. That's probably worse than a D20 in the bottom of your foot. That's probably one of the worst things possible to step on. So here's the move. Here's the roll here. He should just be going after the Dino. He's way too far for Odin. With the double 4, I think this goes down to just the imperv here. Let's bring up this Big Kong's card just so you guys can see it. Because it's going to matter so much what this Kong is doing. So remember, this Kong here started on the 200 point dial. This is Big Kong. There you go. Hopefully that's a little bit cleaner. And Wormageddon is reminding him every single turn, you are not worthy. You have Earthbound neutralized. You can't use equipment. That motorcycle you picked up, tough luck. Doesn't do anything. He's inching closer, but still, notice, inside the Colosseum. He is right on the edge of the Colosseum, which is going to protect him from any of these close attacks. Here's the big hit. He beat the shape change. And that looked like a critical miss. So we got the Devil Dinosaur coming in now. And he's power action to equip the trick arrows on this Devil Dinosaur. He's trying to deny as many points as possible and potentially still get some good use out of whatever arrows he selected. There's the willpower. There's the second willpower. Kong is fresh, baby. He's 200 points of just death and destruction right now. Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate that. It's great having the judge for the event in the chat, just ready to help out. And I think this game is just going to devolve into 2 big hitters. But Wade's got the advantage here because he still has the Colosseum. And that was a failed imperv roll. The Dino's down, and so are the trick arrows. And Kong's got the steel energy to come back up off that stop click again. I love the way that our player tells him every single turn, you are not worthy. You're not worthy. You're not worthy. You are not worthy. So here we go. We're leaving the Colosseum. Remember, we don't have the Raidens anymore. This is just mono-y-mono. Odin versus Kong in the middle of the field. Giant versus Colossal. So let's see what happens here. We've got we're double checking where we're at, where we want to move and charge to. Now that Odin has left the Colosseum, it is open for this Kong to take it over if he wants to, and he decides, I don't need that, I'm quaking, I'm taking these arrows, you're not getting the extra healing from the bush, you're out here with me. So here we are. That should be a hit, I believe. This Odin's already taken a little bit of damage. And a 3's going to fail it. And that's a lot of clicks. So it looks like Odin's going to be on the last little bit of the dial. And remember, these stats might look very low for Odin, but he gets to decide that you are capped at his same stats. How's it going, Mr. Joe Stitch? Welcome to the channel. We're watching a final match here. Well, not a final match, but the last bit of this match of Odin versus Kong. 200-point Kong versus 150-point Odin is all that's left on the field. There's the teams for you and the players. We're finally generating some wreckage terrain. Most players forget about this or just don't even bother with it. But it can be very impactful, especially in late game situations like this. We get the willpower. So we got the willpower. What happened? What are we going to do with it? I think we're just mono-y-mono punching into him. Well, I believe Emily's first game was against one of our younger players here. I believe they played against each other in Canadian Nationals, so a bit of a rematch between the two of them. And I'll have to check with the players how they went. Hopefully we'll get one of them on our main viewing stage here, because she's got a nasty team that I was able to see. But her opponent was no slouch either. We got a lot of creative team builders up here in Canada, and I like to see what people come up with. I mean, this 200-point Kong Black Symbiote assist from the Netherworld combo is just bananas, if you'll excuse the horrible pun. So what's Kong going to do with it? This Odin has got to be on the back end of this dial here, which means he's limiting Kong to his attack and defense stats. So even though Kong is normally swinging for 12 or 13 attack, he's stuck on a 10 here, trying to hit this Destroy Your Armor Odin, which is just not easy. But here we go. There's the willpower. We're up. Okay, there's the breakaway. Is there still an herb bush on the map behind them? I'm not sure. I think that's Odin, or I think that's still Mjolnir sitting on the ground there. And Odin might be one of the few people that can actually pick that thing up and hit him with it. There we go, nice little move. Here we go, we got a nice little willpower roll. Remember, he is massive, so he's going to get it on 3 through 6. Both of these characters are going to make these willpower rolls more often than not, but the game could come down to the first one to fail it. There we go, it looks like we rolled relatively low. Being stuck at Odin's attack and defense is so difficult, because Odin still gets all the benefit of the Destroyer armor. Brian, you are an absolute menace to society, but I appreciate how much you love the channel and how much we put into this channel as a community. Oh, so he did a power action to heal off the bananas. There's the willpower. Odin is just trying to stay alive in the face of this onslaught. The steel energy, thanks to the black symbiote, puts Kong in such a dominant position. That is a 9 on the dice. Destroyed the healing that Wade was trying to use there. And let's see what he does. There's the willpower. It looks like he succeeded in his defensive rollout here, because otherwise Odin would be cooked. Yeah, we've got a couple of... I think we've got 5 players here today that I know for sure are going to Nationals. I believe 4 of them are from our local community, and Emily is, of course, the last one. I was half expecting to see the rest of her play group out here, but it's cool to see her showing up. She's one of the most consistent reps for Canada Hero Clix, and so getting her in the building is always a pleasure. There we go, he just cleared. So we finally got a failed willpower, but Odin is still going. This might be just the tempo he needs. And of course, Wade, being the positional player that he is, backs himself right up into the arena to get that -2 attack boost. So right now, Odin is limiting Kong's attack and defense to his own stats on whatever click he's on, and trying to get the -2 attack from being in the Colosseum and Kong being out of it, and he's got the +2 defense from the Destroyer armor still. So there's a very real possibility that Kong is only a 7 attack trying to swing on a 19. Well, I can only do so much live here, unless I had a second pair of hands on the field throwing me hand signals for what click everybody's on. That could be done though. I'll just have to enlist somebody. So here comes Kong. He's swinging in. Importantly, still not in the Coliseum, but he's going for a big hit here. Looks like an 8. That won't quite be enough. There's the willpower. This Odin is not taking a turn off. He's just gas. These two are going to go the distance. They're going to be the only figures on the map for the majority of the game. There we go. We got the willpower. Looks like we're not getting anything. I think Kong attempted to break away to get into the kill seam, if I'm not mistaken. But let's find out. These turns are going so fast, it's hard to keep up with who's hit, who's missing. These two players are so locked in to what they need, what numbers they're looking for, that they're just going. It's all speed. So here we go, we got the willpower. Honestly, these willpowers are the biggest roles in the game right now, because there's going to be so many attacks going back and forth that Kong just needs one big attack to come through.
But it was fun. It was a really fun game. That's the first time I played.
There he is. He finally got into the kill CM. We knew he was looking for it. It took him the vast majority of the time in the game, but he finally got Kong planted in here, ready to swing it out. Okay, he missed the attack, finally broke that terrain he's been holding. And Kong's out of tricks. He's tried everything in the book to sneak as much damage in, but Odin just isn't having it. Odin is staring him down. He doesn't fly, so he's still reducing the damage. And he's got that invuln always on the destroyer armor. And he's wheeling him away.
What am I doing here? I'll still hit it, but I'll super
So we're double checking here. I think we were just making sure what his stop click was for the free regen ability.
I was like, wait, what am I doing here?
And a special shout out to our judge here who just ran next door and got us some sushi for me. Got some spicy California rolls to watch this spicy game. Hey, looks like Odin's taking a little bit more damage. I might just walk over there and double check what click they're on, honestly. There's the regen. So we know Kong was on a stop click. There's the teams again for anybody who might want them. Bro, if you saw the setup here, Dylan, you would have the exact same reaction Matt did. Like, how on earth is this going to work? But it just does. We don't question it, we just thank it. This camera setup is across the aisle attached to a different table. We made it work, and I'm so thankful for the people here at Showcase Games for helping us make it work. We're using their Wi-Fi, their space. They've really made this happen, and I cannot thank them or Matt enough for running this setup. It looks like Kong broke through for the second time here. He's still got steel energy, but I don't think he's remembered to click it. At this point in the game, you're so locked in to just roll. Did I hit or miss? Did I survive? Am I hitting or missing? Did I get my willpower? And there we go. He remembered the steel energy finally. But it's so easy to forget. Once this is done, I can't wait to try to get an interview with one of these two players if they don't go all the way to time here. And they're just going back and forth. I didn't think any single character could stand up to a 200-point Kong. Full black symbiote with a motorcycle Kong. But Odin's just doing it. He has no problem kiting him around. So now, the tables have turned. Odin is outside the arena, shooting into it. So now Odin has the -2 damage, but it's the safest move he can make. Because he needs his Kong to keep having to move. He needs to keep baiting this Kong out of the arena so he can get back in it. It's a dance. Ooh, I don't know if that was successful or not. That should have been the shape change for Kong. Looks like it failed. 6, 7, 8, 9. I think that just missed. And one of the bad things about these legacy figures, or something that's really tough, is that their stats get so low on some parts of these dials. Any other character that's swinging at Kong with just a 9 attack would be a death sentence. But Odin is just out here. He is defiant in the face of this giant gorilla. There we go. We're backing up back into the arena, trying to stay safe. And Green Heath here is trying very hard to keep this arena benefit by keeping the back end of Kong in it. Exactly, Brian. By telling Kong he's not worthy, Kong also has the 9 attack, which makes whoever has this Colosseum advantage so worth it. There's our judge getting a sneaky pick in. So 7 attack onto Kong's defense. So we know now with that 7 attack that Odin has to be on Clix 6, 7, or 8. So there's not a lot of gas left in Odin's tank. And he just has to rely on these high defense numbers. I mean, he's putting Kong on a 9 attack and keeping a 19 defense for himself. So the chances of making these hits are just so low. And I love that they're still having fun. Like, this is a nail biter of a game, but everyone loves just throwing these big old haymakers out. Because each hit feels so satisfying when it happens. There you go. I think we failed the willpower, had to clear. Same thing for Kong. Whoever succeeds more willpowers is the most likely character to win this, because the more times you have to clear are the less attacks you're putting out. So that is what we would call a tempo advantage in this game, of when your opponent can't make an action but you still can. And the more that happens in these nail biter endings, the more likely you are to come out on top. Odin is trying his hardest to kite this out, using that free movement. No, Captain America has been off the map for a while. Which, actually, I think you're totally right there, Dice Station Zebra. I think with Captain America off the map, this Colosseum shouldn't have any effect at all, because it's all tied to the Captain America figure. But I don't think our players realize that, and they're playing around it so closely. No, I think you're totally right. I'm pretty sure that all of the effects of the Colosseum are tied to Cap, but let's take a look. So here's the actual figure in question. Yeah, so the arena marker itself does not have any of these abilities. Captain America is the one that has the abilities for the marker. So there's the cards again, just in case people still need them. This game's been going so long, it's so easy to forget how we got to this point. But it all started with assist from another world, bringing in a 50-point Kong to charge Quake across the whole field. Okay, we're still making it. It looks like we just failed that senses roll, and that's a lot of damage for Odin. Odin has no way to recoup this damage, whereas Kong has that steel energy.
much as I like throwing dice, I'll wait to throw dice unless house rules.
So all officials are like all 5 damage.
Yeah. Now we're up to an even number. Now nobody gets a 5.
There we go. We know that Odin's got to be on the back end of this dial now, so this prob may actually come in clutch and prevent Kong from ever landing another attack. He does have the prob. We just confirmed. There's the first prob attack. Still hits through it. There's the failed senses. And there's time in the round. We're going to have to bring one of these characters over to talk about this game because it was absolutely insane. What a nail biter of a round. So let me see if I can sneak one of these players over here and get a post-game interview. Well, that was an absolutely insane game. As our friends from Dice Station Zebra pointed out in the chat, that Colosseum's effects should have disappeared with Captain America being taken off the map, but I believe the players were playing around it as if it was still active the entire game, and you could see a lot of the positioning change with that. And Odin went toe-to-toe with his big 200-point full black symbiote Kong. I think Kong also had a motorcycle, but for Odin, that just didn't matter. He was not worthy. But at the end of the day, it looks like Kong ended up taking the win here. So let me see if I can go grab one of the players once they're done counting up points. And we'll have to get a little post-game interview if they're okay with it. I will give a quick shout-out, though, to the sushi restaurant close by. Matt went and grabbed me some spicy California roll. Absolutely delicious. Yeah, the big 200-point Kong calling in 50-point Kong, clearing out half of a team in one turn is just insane. So we're going to wait for them to pack up first before I try to grab them. Absolutely insane. That's 2 back-to-back crazy games that we've had here that have gone all the way down to time. And just nail biters, such a spectacle. I'm so glad that these are the games that we're getting here. Let me see if I can go grab them.
How you doing? Yeah, you keeping hydrated as you go?
Alright, I'm pretty sure he agreed to it. Yep, he's headed to the restroom real quick, so I'm just going to take a quick bite of this sushi and get after it. We're going to get the voice of Kong here, trying to figure out what encouraged this playstyle, and more importantly, how did he kill the black symbiote that quickly, what the game plan was. It was blink and you miss it, and suddenly Kong has steel energy shape change, and he's going in on you. So I'm really interested to hear it from the voice of the creator himself and the pilot. That sushi's absolutely incredible. That or I'm starving, and it's so close it just doesn't matter. How'd you feel about it? Yeah, he's saying it was rough running that ode. So super good game. Like 2 games of that caliber on this stage is absolutely crazy. Here, you can just swing a chair up here. So this is the mic that's gonna be picking us up. Yeah, there you go. Here,
This one?
yeah. This is gonna be our mic.
Okay.
So playing 200 point Kong, what was the encouragement? Like, how did you decide what you were going with it? Because I really liked your setup.
For sure. Mostly it's just familiarity. I've played Kong a ton,
Yep.
I think, so I'm really comfortable with that piece. And kind of wanted to try the symbiote trick that I'm doing. So
Could you break down that trick for us? Because it was I blinked and missed it. Suddenly it was just dead and Kong was all black. Like, what happened?
Yeah, so it works better if there's no Beetlejuice. So I put the motorcycle on the symbiote, do free one move, have my elevated right in front of it, and so he just hops up on it. I have Kong Quake, which takes out the elevated, drops black symbiote, and then the Quake also I generated Twisted Metal.
Okay.
With it. And then if you just destroy action the Twisted Metal, it
Ah.
deals a damage out. So then I have Spider-Ham usually just punch that out. That KOs the symbiote, so he gives the symbiote effect to Kong, and then he drops the motorcycle.
Gotcha.
And Kong uses a second action, because usually I'm outnumbered at a point,
Yep.
right? I only have 2 guys left. Takes the second action to equip it, and then I've been putting on super senses and
I was about to ask because you've
charge
got.
plus 2 speed.
I wasn't sure if you were going to go with the super senses click or the combat reflexes on the free one move because you've got the spider ham to protect you from ranged attacks.
Yes.
So I
Yeah,
wasn't
so
sure if that was the combo or you wanted the rollout.
Depending on the matchup, I think both have some value. This one, I don't know that it really mattered because I was against Odin.
Yep.
So just every turn he turns off my equipment. Never
That
got around that. So.
that game took so long, and we just saw haymakers going back and forth that we had no idea what click anyone was on. Were you at any point threatened that you thought you were going to lose this, or were you feeling pretty comfortable?
No, I got a little bit close because we're both pretty much rolling. We need 10s pretty much to hit the other guy. So we're just chucking dice, hoping one sticks. But I think he has a little bit better numbers for what he's attacking. He's like a 9 on a 17 or something for the most part, so he's looking for a little bit lower number than me. So there's a few times when I got close.
Gotcha, but that steel energy was helping?
Yeah. Well, I didn't even hit that much. It was just regen off the stop click and stuff like that.
I
So
gotcha.
that was nice. But
And then
definitely, if he had rolled really hot for like 4 turns in a row, maybe.
we noticed a lot some of those willpowers, and I said whoever makes more of those willpowers is probably going to win this.
It was pretty even across.
It
Just
was,
so many,
yeah.
And like every third attacker, so I'm shape changing out. He's not even getting to roll. So that was pretty big, I would say.
It got to a point where I didn't know whose turn it was because you guys were
We were
just
going really
throwing,
fast,
roll
yeah.
it, throw it, roll it. But it looks like they're about to do the next round, so I'll probably let you go. But I just wanted to ask, how important was playing around the Colosseum that match?
I kind of tried to just because I thought it might come down to points. I figured it was maybe going to get down to this, and so if I had the opportunity to, I kind of went for it. But yeah, he definitely, if he's in the Colosseum, I'm getting a -2 attack, which
Yeah,
makes it even harder.
we
'cause
had-
I'm rolling for like crits and stuff, so
Yeah, we had to
Definitely
double
had to
check
run away.
the cards because I thought the exact same thing. I was sitting there annotating who was in the Colosseum, who wasn't, who was punching what, and then Dice Station Zebra in the chat here, one of the members, mentioned that that if Cap's dead, he's the one that gives all the Colosseum the power.
oh, is it?
Yeah, so
Oh, I didn't know
that whole game, I was watching you guys do this fencing match, and I was buying in. I was here like, oh my goodness, he's swinging 7 on like a 20. Like, how is he ever going to make it?
Was, yeah, like a 7 on an 18 or something.
And so I was so curious if you guys were actually playing around it, or if it just looked like it and y'all baited me in
No, we
into biting for the storyline you guys were cooking for me. But I'll let you get out of here so you can set up. Thank you so much for the interview, man. I really appreciate it. Ooh. Yo, I almost just sent the camera. Let me go fix that real quick. So I really hope you guys got to hear the interview. I didn't know how well this mic was going to do for it. And unfortunately, my normal mics that I use for like the journalism stuff were actually dead when I woke up to come down here and couldn't find the chargers. So we were just rocking this little guy. And hopefully it's doing good enough. How did you guys like that interview? Yeah, I was worried that was going to be the case, but the problem is that I'm so close to the table that we're commentating that I can talk in like a normal tone here. But as soon as we're in the game, I've got to drop down to like the library whisper. No worries. I will definitely confirm with the judge. In fact, he's right here next to me. Matt, can I get you for just a sec? Question about the ruling for Captain America's Coliseum after Cap is dead.
Oh yeah. Beginning of the game, generate it. Their scores 10 points. That all goes away when he... None of
Okay,
it says this game, so none of it would remain. All the things, the getting 10 extra points and the -2 attack and damage, those are all Captain America's trait.
yeah,
If they said, you know, this game, people within 2 squares of the Coliseum get blah, blah, blah.
absolutely, okay.
Then it would last even after Captain America's KO'd. But the way it's worded,
As soon as he's gone, all the effects are gone, but the marker is still there.
the marker's
Just doesn't
still
do
there,
anything.
it's just doing nothing. The
Yeah.
rubble is still there, debris is still there from when stuff was destroyed, but the other effects are going to end.
I really appreciate the judge call because they were playing around it the whole game, and I was biting in too. So really nice little judge call there. I really appreciate how quick and effective we can get these rulings here. And Matt's got a great handle on the rules. Does a really good job of reading verbatim and not diving too deep on the intention, but what's actually there. So even if it doesn't make a lot of sense to a player, which there's very few rulings like that exist, but they are out there, he's great at picking those apart, parsing the question, and figuring out what's supposed to be happening as the rules are written. I don't think I've ever got more text messages in my life. There we go. That's so funny. Yeah, we've got a group message for a lot of the Edmonton players, so it's of course popping off in my pocket. But we're all pretty close-knit family. It's great to see everybody out here. People are having fun. You might even be able to hear the bit of like laughter and everything that's happening. People sharing, their bad beats. Oh my goodness, I couldn't hit anything. I couldn't roll willpowers. All those stories. Anybody that's played card games or come out, you're gonna have those stories, and it's so fun to just swap them with the community, share those bad beats, and of course share those successes. I mean, if you're popping off and your team's doing what you want, it's great. And so I've heard a couple people come asking about the multiple man team. How does it work? What is it doing? It's great to see people get excited about team builds that they wouldn't see outside of an event like this, especially if you're from outer town, because every local venue has its own meta. And so if you're going to a place you've never played before, these characters are going to highlight characters that you may not think much about. And now you get to see that character really get played where you may not have touched it before or not really seen value in it just because y'all play different games. Same core, but everybody plays it a little bit different, which creates some really exciting energy in the room when you've got people from different communities battling it out because you don't know each other's tricks. Oh. I don't know how I'm going to survive a couple more rounds of Swiss. These games have been down to the wire. Absolute nail biters. And I think I need to fix my camera. I think it got hit a little bit far. So, out of the 4 teams we've seen so far, what are your guys' favorite teams? Because we've got a couple people here in the chat. A lot of you guys are super competitive. Brian, I do need a roadie. I can't pay you. But if you want to be here and just slightly adjust my camera, I'm all for it. You want to just stand over people and be like, click 4? So that way I can tell the people what click everybody's on? That'd be great. Monkey Slingshot, favorite team. All right, I'm for it. You guys already know what my favorite team is. Like, I can't watch a multiple man team play and not cheer for it. So if we want, I can do a quick little snapshot of what the meta looks like for this event if it's already up on HC units. We do have the meta already. So let's go here. Nope, that's not the one. Here we go. So this is the meta we're looking for the event. You can see that we've got the Mimic as the main thing getting played here. We've got Beetlejuice right below that, Ares, Phone Booth, Perdegaton. This is all very, very standard. The fact that we have 3 sideline pieces and a terrain as our 4 out of our top 5 pieces being played tells you how open this meta is. We're in a golden age of Clix. Everything's playable. Whatever you get excited about, you can put on the map and play, and that's what I like to see. As we get down below the top 5, we're still looking at sideline options. We're looking at equipment. We're looking at sideline. The only thing in the top 10 most played for this tournament that's actually on the map and a playable character is Perdegaton. Everything else is sideline. That should tell you how open this event is. As we go down even further, we've got Kong. We've got a bunch of maps. The Herb, of course. Copycat. Daredevil. Who is calling in the White Rabbit Goon? What am I missing? I don't know who's bringing this team in, but this White Rabbit Goon snuck 2 wins out. So really cool meta for the event so far. And we're going to be able to see a lot more of it. I may not be able to talk at all on the ride home, which might be good for John because I'm his ride down here. But I'm going to do my best to give you guys the best commentary we can. Highlight all of these teams, all of these players, because you've got to pilot the team too. You can't just copy, paste it, and run it and hope it works because it needs a pilot. Ooh. There we go. We reconnected. We're back in. So let's see what happens here in this next round of pairings. It looks like we've got the pairings now.
Emily and Ben are
Yeah.
at the table.
All right.
Ben's been on stream with his Kong already. Has Emily been on stream
Emily
yet?
has not been on
So
stream.
we could put those 2 on stream.
Yep.
It'd be a great match.
Absolutely, if that's the
Or
matchup.
if we do the second table, it's Tyler and Lionel, and neither of them have been on the stream.
Sure, let's get Tyler and Lionel just
I'll
because
ask them
we're
if they're-
getting...
if they're up.
Yeah, if they're not up for it, we'll go with Emily and the Kong.
Tyler and Lionel, are you guys alright with being on the stream? Yeah, sure. Or would you rather not?
All right.
Well, if he doesn't care.
Okay,
So let's take a look here. We already know who's going to be there.
Table 1 and 2, we're just flipping, so this is going to be table 1 for the moment. It's going to be Emily versus Ben, Big Kong versus Little Kongs.
And then we needed...
I'm curious how this is going to go. Table 2 is going to be Tyler versus
These are some
Lionel.
very cool teams.
Right here. Hi. Nice to meet you. Table 3 is going to be Wade versus Corbin. Wonderful.
All right.
Table 3 right here. Last match is going to be Wade versus Corbin.
So we're just going to fix everything here.
4 is going to be Aaron versus Derek.
So our team 2,
Table 5.
let's go ahead and grab the correct window there.
Table 5 is
Little
gonna be
Shop
Slick
of
versus
Horticulture is the name of this team. Very cool team. Looks like a plants team versus more Lund Beetlejuice main force.
Table 6 is Jamin versus John.
And then let's get the correct names here.
Goes to Justin. I forgot who played last time.
There we go. There's one. And then our second player here is... There we go.
We're halfway through Swiss rounds.
So we've got our appropriate teams there. It's all set up.
Halfway through Swiss rounds, and right
We
now,
are
this
halfway through Swiss, so we should have 2 more games. So it looks like they're still just setting up. I'm going to sneak another bite or 2 of this food because I am starving. This takes so much more energy than I thought it would, but it's a blast. So I'm happily doing this, really sharing what these teams have to offer. I'm looking forward to Top Cut and really seeing what shakes out. I can hear the Queen of the North shaking in her boots all the way from over here. Terrified of that big Kong that we just saw. And she's running into it way down the table from me. I can just barely see. And she's running a couple of Kongs herself. We're going to be cutting to top 4 the game after this one. It should be 4 rounds of Swiss. We're halfway through right now. So we've got 2 more rounds of Swiss. And then I think we're going to take a lunch break and the cut. She is indeed. She's running 3 Kongs with Juice main force. Let me double check. Top 8, yeah.
a lot of the field will make top 8.
Yeah. So we are cutting to top 8, just confirmed with the locals. The local judge here, he's runs a really tight ship. Matt does a great job of hosting these events. And he confirmed top 8. So they're, it looks like still setting up here. I think the matchup we're getting is Plants. Well, one sec. So leave the map there and just put your map over top. That's why the green marks are there. Perfect. Thank you. There we go. So I'm really excited to see how this more Lund team works, especially with this main force Beetlejuice. It's going to do a really good job of kind of hampering this plant team, slowing them down a little bit, but plants are able to fight through anything. A good pilot of a solid plant team is going to be comfortable in almost any matchup. There's very, very few things that really hamper them severely. So let's take a look real quick. I'm going to walk you through their teams. So for this more Lund team, This is our White Rabbit Goon. Okay, we've got Beetlejuice, 100 points with the motorcycle, Morlun with the Destroyer armor, 25-point Miles Morales, the Black Panther one that gives the Spider-Man TA to everybody around him, per Degaton, that White Rabbit Goon, we were trying to figure out where the heck this was coming from, and then 2 Swarms of Ants. For the sideline, we're looking at Fortify, and I Must Have It. We've got the rare Spider-Man from Black Panther as the Secret Identity call-in. We've got the treasure chest on the sideline. First time we're seeing that hit this main table. And then, of course, Ares and Mimic. Almost auto-includes at this point. You've got to have a good reason not to do it versus a reason to do it. And then for our little shop of horticulture is the team name. We're seeing double Man-Thing. One of them with the avatar of Tarwet. We've got Harley Quinn with the Dream Ruby. That's going to be super dangerous. We've got Poison Ivy from the same set. This is the Valentine set. They're designed to be played together. Poison Ivy's got the +1 longsword. This is an interesting inclusion. Normally we see the trick arrows on this Poison Ivy because she has such an easy way to activate it. So I wonder if through playtesting, this player's gotten more value out of just the raw damage. We're running a second Harley Quinn. This one is the 051 Harley Quinn at 25 points that does a cheeky little extra bit of damage. And then, of course, a 20-point per Degaton. For the sideline, we're looking at Mind Gem, Fortify, Web Swinging. I think Fortify and Web Swinging are almost auto-includes as well. Ares, Mimic, and of course the Tarwet that's equipped, that's on the Man-Thing. So these are going to be 2 very solid teams here. And I think, there we go, there's the actual teams themselves if you're interested. We're going to go ahead and jump to the map. I, again, apologize, it's a little bit blurry. We're just slightly out of the range of what this camera is meant to do. So a lot of cheap support. And this is going to be tough. Playing through Beetlejuice is never easy. And it looks like we're going to the lounge. That is correct. I think the only applicable target for web swinging, which for those that don't know, is a one-shot that is just looking for a character with leap climb. And you pay 5 points for it, and it'll let you avoid 1 attack and replace you a couple squares away. Very, very efficient use of 5 points. There we go. Hopefully that'll work. Yeah, we've got the Iceberg Lounge here. So it looks like we remembered our Predegatons. Looks like Lionel activated his Predagaton first, so he's going to be the first player. And Kurtz has activated his Predagaton. I think they did that in the opposite order, but that's totally fine. So we've got some terrain going down here first. This is a very tough map to place your terrain around. Just because you either play on the left side of this map or the right side. So this map essentially has 2 lanes, unless you can bring your opponent all the way to one side or the other, and then you've got more space to play. So this map does a great job of limiting routes into your opponent's team, unless someone has a very, very high speed value. We should be seeing the plant markers from Man-Thing as well. That also happens at this stage of the game as soon as they get put on the map. And with 2 different Man-Things, we're going to be seeing, I think, 8 plant markers off the bat, and then 1 more at the beginning of each turn, just passively from this Poison Ivy. This Ivy is kind of the crux of these teams, and it's very, very interesting seeing an Ivy that is not running Trick Arrows. So I want to see how well this functions, because if he's playing it, I know that he is very confident. And honestly, without being able to perplex up your attack, that Close Combat Expert may make a world of a difference, especially into Juice. So let's take a look here at the Poison Ivy. If you're not familiar with plant teams, this is kind of how it all boils down. This is the linchpin in the whole archetype. So here's the plants coming down now from Man-Thing. So there's a couple of very interesting ways to deal with plants if you've never played against this kind of team. Typically, you want to take them to a fairly open map and destroy the plants as you move up until you can finally just jump on the back line of these teams. It's like the stock standard approach. That's not necessarily the best way to do it. You can see we're checking cards here. Sometimes you can just kind of ignore the plants entirely and just run for it. But you've really got to be confident that you've got enough damage to do that, because if you overextend like that and miss, they're going to pick you apart. So we've got plants right in front of that starting line. We've got plants defensively. And this is the power of running 2 Man-Things, is that you get to not be very passive with these plants. You can be aggressive. You can throw them forward. And they're going to do great. So here's that Man-Thing for us. This character has so much power on the dial, so much of it's traded, that it's very, very difficult to get through him, especially if he can free place himself around the map. So we're going to see how our player here likes to run this plant team. And of course, this Morlun team is also 2-0. We're seeing Beetlejuice Morlun as the main 2 attackers on this team. So we're going to take a look here at what exactly he's trying to do. So just to give you a quick breakaway for how this Morlun works, it's very, very simple. It's all around healing. Anytime he would be healed, notice the would on that. He doesn't have to actually heal a click or anything. Just that it's a possibility. Then he can generate bystanders, these vampire inheritors. And those inheritors can also heal Morlun instead of themselves. So it makes a kind of loop. And each one of these inheritors, I believe, is max of 1. And so this is kind of a team in a box. And playing him at 80 points, you're going to get some additional value. You're going to have that improved attack power, which is Precision Strike when Morlun or an Inheritor Ks an opposing character with Animorph Spider-Man family. Score 15 victory points. There's quite a few animals on this plant team, specifically looking at Man-Thing. So he might be able to pick up a easy 30 points here if no one's careful. But killing these man things is not easy. Not by a long shot. Alright, so put your bets in the chat now. Which team you think is going to come out on top? I do too. Anytime there's a piece that inspires you creatively, I love when they have chances to shine. And I think this meta is open enough, like we looked at that meta report. You can play whatever you want, you just got to support it. And there's so many good support figures right now, it's up to you to make teams work. Because all the material's there. There we go. Man, I'm going to totally lose my voice by the time this is done. But it's all for the love of the game, so it's totally fine. Oh, okay. So I'll tell you what, put a 1 in the chat for me if you're on Team Plants, put a 2 in the chat for me if you're on Team Morlun. Because that main forest Beetlejuice is no joke, and having that kind of damage output behind him to create an inheritor, hit some damage, blades him out, it can be a lot. So really, really cool ways to do it.
Round 3 begins now.
Here we go. You could, when that announcement gets made, you know, the round begins, you can feel the tension just spike. Everybody starts talking. All right, here we go. So we're placing the beginning of the turn plant. This will give a pretty good idea for what the plant team is looking to do first turn. Some people like to come up, some people like to sit back. I think on this team I would personally sit back here, especially if your first turn. There you go, he's saving his Perdegaton, who got put into the corner. And he thinks better about it, decides it's better for him to have that first turn immunity than to risk him too far forward and getting chopped off. Now, I'm not sure how far the reach is on this Morlun. Because Morlun does have the Destroyer armor, so he's very, very big. We're looking at a massive defense here, but that means he can't go as far to actually make some of these attacks and be a lead attacker and for that defense to be useful. Okay, we got the White Rabbit Goon getting active already. So here we go. This is why the White Rabbit Goon's on here. It is because he's such a cheap support. So we've already got an inheritor out on the field. Here comes the Juice, carrying Miles, doing a little cheeky destroy. That's 2 plants, 3 plants down now. He's starting to trim off a lot of this fat from the plants. The more he can remove, the safer he's going to be. And it's just not enough. There's still 2 plants in the back line. Here comes the Poison Ivy plant. Where's it going to go? Alright, so right in front of Juice, right in front of Miles. So what are we going to do with this? What's the follow-up? Because Man-Things still have to approach, but they don't have the freeze. So if he's got the TK here, he might have a cheeky charge. Okay, we're attempting to punch Miles. We're swinging 13 for 5 on Miles. I think he got a cheeky little perplex in there through the Beetlejuice, but that's up to the Beetlejuice player to remember it. Here's the senses. There it is. So Miles survives. So that's the first big swing out of the way from the plant team. How are they going to follow up? Ooh, good call, good call. Okay, we get in the beginning of turn rolls out of the way. Bunch of willpowers, bunch of leaderships. Nothing really adds up here. Here comes Perdegaton. Looks like he's trying to get him out of the corner. Back to a place that he can mobilize him. Because I think he's relying on that TK from Perdegi to swing either the Inheritor or Merlin up into the game. This is so important because you've got to decide if you're going to burn actions on these plant tokens or if you're going to ignore them and go straight for the throat. Here comes Morlun, parking himself on top of those bananas. A lot of people don't realize this, but all of the Kong Wreckage terrain markers are labeled as special terrain, so there's nothing stopping you from putting them on the field. If you need a big 2x2 of hindering, the banana pile is fantastic for it. I got you, Dylan. There we go, we got a plant destroyed. This is going to be such a tactical approach from both players. No one's wanting to jump the gun too early, because then you get overextended. Here comes the juice. And a really cheeky just out and back from juice, not reaching too far up, not trying to overextend, but there are still 2 plant markers in the top right next to the starting line. This Harley is going to be able to create those plants wherever she wants with impunity unless you remove those. So just double checking the cards. Always important to keep double checking cards. If you're not sure how something works or if you want to figure out what attack or defense powers are going on, how people have the numbers that they've got, always ask to check. Here we go, Ares bomb's getting popped. The Ares Poison Ivy Blades from Cross Map got some shape changes. Looks like 2 fails. 13 on a whole bunch of numbers. Dylan in the chat pointed out we're getting the close combat expert from the sword plus stealing the 12 from one of the 2 Harleys. Everyone's got senses next to this Miles. Everybody next to every plant's a target here. Super heads up play from this plant team. That's a KO on a swarm of ants. Emperor failed there. And Morlun for a whopping 4 damage. He is going to have a reducer. Very heads up play. I like seeing the creative team building pay off And it's all possible because of these double man things giving so many plant markers they just can't be removed. This play doesn't work with single man thing. I love seeing these team builds reflect in the decisions these players are making. So Predagon is just inching closer. It's important to note that Predagon does have hyper time, which could potentially stop someone from coming within melee range of him, which is by proxy protecting the pieces right behind him. That was a big willpower to fail there. Lionel's in a tough spot against the clock because every turn he takes without making progress, there's more and more plants. And this Ivy is going to just have a field day. This is exactly what she wants. She wants plants growing over Gotham City. So there's not a lot of plants on the bottom side of the map, but that means he's got to be away from the phone booth if he wants to go down here. Our plants player is doing a great job of just hedging in which squares are safe and, more importantly, which ones are not for this team. There are so many small 10, 15 point figures here that Ivy can just pick and choose as she wishes. But the Ares is done. We survived the big game plan of the team, which means now we're just playing a straight up game of Hero Clix. Here's another plant. We're trying to kill the support piece in the back. This is who heals. If we can remove this white rabbit, we remove some of the easiest ways that we have access to healing this Morlun. Now, planting Morlun next to the heart-shaped herb is another great way to just steadily create more inheritors. Really good use by this Predagon, TKing him back and forth. Using this inheritor to kill plants, healing the inheritor, create more, and just creates a very resilient shell. Slight hold up here. I think one of the players forgot something on the other side of the room. Let's see what they end up picking up. Of course, more plant tokens. So it looks like we're doing a little tactical retreat here. I think we're just clearing out all the brush.
Yeah, sorry. Yep, you bet. I didn't see that. Hey, what was it? Consensus? Okay. I will use shape change here. Nope.
Nice little heal onto Morlun.
Did I already roll the shape change or is that reset?
There's another destroyed plant. That leaves one plant left on the right-hand side of the map. We've still got the 3 on the left-hand side of the map. Everything else is destroyed, even that one there in the water. But Harley can still make plants anywhere within 4 squares. So that Morlun is not safe. And let's see how he takes advantage of it. Yeah, that one plant on the right side of the map is a weed. Like, you can't pull it out. It just keeps creating more and more. And there's nothing you can do about it unless you just, destroy them all. Rip them up by the root. So Harley's hitting for that big 4 damage from across the map again. There's the goon trait. White Rabbit's coming right back next to Morlun, other side of the map. So that's a good 15 points here for Kurtz. We're going to see if he can do anything with it, if he's going to hold on to this lead. He's already picked up a couple of ants. That's one die there for the white rabbits. I'm pretty sure it's 25-0. It's exactly like that. If there's a single one left, you're not safe. If there's none of them left, she's still going to make it next to herself. Like, you need to go and deal with the problem if you can't control all these plants popping up left, right, and center. So we're counting out squares here to find the best way to deal with what's left. That inheritor that's by the plant on the bottom right, or on the far right of this map, is double tokened. It's not going to be able to deal with that plant, but Predegaton should be able to shoot it from where he's at if he wants. He's got a couple of options for that one. The inheritor swinging around, trying to hug that phone booth. That shape change helps so much of not taking damage. Here comes the juice. There we go, we've blown up another. But we still have that one there top center. And there's just no way to feasibly get to that without losing so much tempo on your turn. The placement of these plants by Kurtz has been instrumental into slowing down this juice team. And every chance he gets to attack without being hit back, it's risk-free. It's just extra points. The flip side is we are getting a vampire swarm. 3 out of 4 of the inheritors are on the map. They are max 1, so it's not going to get much more dangerous than this. But they're going to come in, and when they do, there's not going to be a lot you can do about it. They're here. Don't get it twisted. Those inheritors are not just bystanders. Those are full-blown characters with just one click of health. And we still don't make a lot of progress across the map. Those inheritors are going to have to clear next turn. Here comes the plant. Where's he going to put it? Yep. Just like we thought, 4 away from the top plant, right underneath Morlun. He's got another shot at this white rabbit. Yeah, so he's focusing on this white rabbit. That way we have one less support. You can't heal it up. And without the heal, there is no way for this Morlun to keep generating these inheritors outside of steel energy. But it might just be too late. These inheritors can all heal. When they do, they put it back to Morlun. Morlun generates another one. The plant team went from trying to stall time, is up on points, but did they wait too long? We're finding it out. So let's see what we're going to do. So we're double checking the Morlun card. What are we grabbing here? What are we doing? Here it is. We've succeeded the goon roll again. That's twice now we've got extra value. And it looks like we've chosen the actual goon. Let's take a look at that card there and see why he's chosen this one.
Actually, no, I can roll. I'm going to go here, but I'm picking this square.
So it looks like he's ready to pounce. He's got charge, close combat expert. I think we're just going in. And the man-things pounce. Both man-things are coming in. They've let you come up. They've let you come up. You thought you were just dealing with plants. And then suddenly, bang. You're getting jump scared by 2 of the most dangerous 55-point pieces in the game right now. It looks like we finally removed that goon. But is it too late in the game? Has he accrued too much value and got this Morlun train going too far? This is going to be a down and dirty fight directly in front of the plant base. Man-Things versus Inheritors. Vampires versus monsters. A good old-fashioned bloodbath. And where is the juice in all of this? He's only gotten 4 squares across the map. These Inheritors are fastic mastermind fodder for this Beetlejuice. But Beetlejuice isn't even in the game right now. That's 100+ points that's not involved. Let's see how he can fix that. Holy crap, here comes Morlun. The big guy has made an appearance. Power action, healing off the bananas to heal Morlun to generate another Inheritor all the way across the map. This Morlun is a team in a box, and we're seeing all the tricks he's got. So it looks like we're taking a swing at the first Harlequin. And both attacks miss. What an impactful flurry. That could have been the game in hand right there. What incredible reach from this team. That unless you'd seen it firsthand, you'd never expect this to come across the map with that much intensity. Here comes the juice, inching forward, keeping that Inheritor on the banana piles. So that way we can keep generating this trick. Every time the Inheritor drops, doesn't matter. Next one comes up.
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. On an outdoor map, if I'm on elevated, can I see over that square block? Okay. No,
Not unless you have great size.
no problem.
Okay. Looks like we're just clearing out the rest of the turn. There's our willpowers. There we go. Next willpower. Successful. And now Morlun is in the lion's den. Morlun, 2 Inheritors, 2 Man-Things, and Poison Ivy. All facing down directly in front of that starting line. Now, keep in mind, we still have juice on the map. So we're not going to be able to do our free jump. Everyone's got to play a good, honest game and respect the map here. No free nonsense. There's the Ivy plant. Still going after these points in the back. I like it. We already have plants on our side. We don't need another one. But what we do need is to keep getting points. Keep ticking away at these vampires. Very slow, very calculated game so far. But there's a good chance this erupts right here based on what happens with this Morlun and Man-Thing showdown. Here, let me get you guys back on the right screen so you can see the rest of it. There we go. We had to TK Man-Thing back just to give him enough space to get where he needs to go. Back into stealth also. It's so easy to forget that these characters have stealth. Very tough decisions for this turn. There's so many places it can go wrong, so many places it can go right. We're trying to take down the Inheritor, open up the way to get into Morlun, and I think we succeeded that shape change. There's the charge. Here it is. you can really tell how much these two players have played against each other. They're clearly very used to each other's antics. And I believe this is a 12 for 6 swing. And we've burned Fortify. Morlun stays alive. But that's a very important defensive resource that is gone. He only gets one Fortify the whole game, and he's looking at one man thing on either side of him, and they're licking their lips. They want this vampire down. There's the man of the hour for you right there, Morlun. Destroyer armor, putting Morlun up to a 20, just out of reach of this attack. These high defenses that exist in the meta right now are so difficult to break. Especially with a Beetlejuice on the map saying no perplexes, no anything, you gotta do it straight up. Morlun survives. Only had to burn 5 points and 1 click of health to stay alive in the lion's den here, and here comes the juice. Running straight through the map, he's in. It's showtime, baby. He's going to try to beat the hyper time. He's good. The juice is in. Here's the double target. Our player here was so patient to pull this trigger, and it's finally paying off. As soon as those man things were out of dodge, they're in. Okay, we've got a problem on Beetlejuice. Just a quick question on whether he can actually place that character. Here's a problem, Miles. And we've put those dice away. Those dice are now in dice jail. But I think we still miss overall. 2 probs on it and still missing even the 17. But I think the quick judge call was to decide when the blocking gets broken that Beetlejuice runs over. Here's the Inheritor swinging. And still it looks like we're missing. This is a tough game, but everyone's involved. And it's all happening right in front of these plant markers. We can't forget that there are still plant markers on the complete other side of the field. This Poison Ivy can still pick up this Perdegaton, can still pick up this Ant. Those are free points just floating on this map. But can you afford the tempo loss of letting this Juice and Morlun just sit in your face? Can you afford not to put every ounce of damage into one or the other? Here we go, Morlun. Okay, we've got damage, but it's a max of 2 because she's next to Harlequin specifically. There's that defense ability we've been looking at. Queens of Crime coming in clutch here. This is why you want to play these two together. It's of course not mandatory on these plant teams. We've seen many plant teams played all kinds of different ways. But if you want to stick to the ones as created, this is a great way to do it. And so we've still got the same problem. Both teams have survived thanks to the Harley Quinn defense bonus and some very high defensive numbers. We're double checking how much it's going to take to deal with that Morlun. Don't forget, we have this inheritor in the middle of the map here, right next to this herb bush. It's going to be healed at the end of every single turn. And I believe all of it can go to Morlun. Turn after turn, he's just going to be ticking up this health. And if we need to, we can power action on the bananas, get a second heal over there. There we go. We're still going after the back line. We're taking some points while we still can, because we might lose out on the opportunity if this IV goes down. Steel energy back up, so she's only taken one effective click of damage now. Matt is propositioning my chat to drive for 5 hours. So there's a lot of decisions being made here of who needs to be hit. If you focus on the inheritors, you're not actually making progress. If you try to focus on Morlun, he's a 21 defense. That's hard to hit. And nothing feels worse than having the games in your hand and then missing 2 or 3 attacks, and suddenly it's just gone and you're not sure where it went. So here we go. I don't think that's enough. We're shuffling between multiple sets of dice. And man, hitting that 21 is just a tough ask. Even for someone as massive as Man-Thing, rolling a 9 on demand is just not feasible. Alright. We got a little prob on it. We got a table prob on it, the most powerful prob in the game. For those that don't know, if a dice rolls off the table, you re-roll both dice. And that looks like it's good enough. And we still got another prob to get through. Using this Miles and the Beetlejuice is so hard to get through for these probs. There we go. I believe Miles was KO'd from the Mystics, if I had to guess. No, Man-Thing was the one that hit him. Man-Thing stealed energy to heal back up. Miles was replaced with the Spider-Man from the same set, the Secret Identity Spider-Man. And this Spider-Man from the Black Panther set is an absolute menace. Let's take a look. He just came in. This is a solid tertiary attacker. He's not going to have stealth. He's going to be on that click 9 there at the very end. But he's not going to have stealth, or he's not going to have outwit, because we still have Beetlejuice on the map. He can't use that free. So some of the value of this call-in is lost, but he's still combat reflexes, super senses. And that precision strike might be enough to start nickel and diamond down these Man-Things. We can double target. There's the poison starting to rack up. Beetlejuice has this poison traded, and Beetlejuice is the only one on the map that can use free actions. Which just means if he's got you stuck next to him, he's got the run of the field right now. Beetlejuice is the big dog. And at 100 points, there's nothing on this plant team that's more expensive than he is. So this is penetrating damage to everyone. And penetrating poison stacks quickly. Perdegaton is finally getting in on the action. Look at him. Okay, we got the prob. I think that was a prob off a critical hit. There we go. We got the big hit. think that was a failed census, and Perdegaton is down. That's one prob that we're not going to have to worry about anymore. A massive leap forward in the game, even though it's only about 20 points. But removing that see-through everything prob and removing that hyper time that can really trip you up at different parts of the game is a big deal. There's a reason Perdegaton is the most played character that we have out here, and why he deserves this spot in the top 5. Looks like that's Ivy down as well. Second attack going to Quinn. There we go. It looks like the inheritors are just tearing apart these plants now that they got inside, generating another one. And now this new one still hasn't taken any actions yet. It's free to do whatever it wants. So there we go, making sure all the equipment hits the field like it's supposed to. Here comes the sidestep from Juice. I'm a big fan of the banana tech. So indestructible objects once again preventing players from just collecting these points. And we're finally deciding to start on these man things. Lionel here has very specifically focused the brains of the operation, taken down the lovers, Harlequin and Poison Ivy, leaving these big man things alive. Now finally looking their way to start nickeling and diming them down. And double checking there to see if we can use our one shot to steal equipment here. Here we go, we still got double man things. They have so much damage in between them that this game could be over in a flash. You can never count out that big combat reflex is invincible. Steel energy. And they hit like Mack trucks. So 110 points of just beef is still on the menu. And I don't think I've ever met a Canadian that doesn't want that much beef on the plate. So here we go. Looks like a big swing here, but is it enough to hit a 21? It is. Oh, he wasn't going for more Lun. He was using the giant reach to look over the inheritor and knocking out that Spider-Man. So that's quite a bit of points piled up into that Spider-Man. Losing the spider senses is such a big deal. I mean, you got a 50-50 chance to make that or not. And Lionel watching one of those attacks go in there, slipping right underneath all of his defenses and stealing those points. It's got to be a bit of a heartbreaker. So here we go, double checking Juice, trying to figure out if it's worth it to take down Juice or to take down more Lun. But at top dial, Juice still has that mastermind, and he's sitting right next to an inheritor that's lower points than him. So you can sink that attack if you want to, but it just may not go where you intend it. What a tough game to navigate. It's both sides of this field. Here we go. We got an inheritor down. And man, I don't even know how to progress through this game state, trying to figure out a path to victory here. I mean, you still have two massive threats on the field, but they're tied up. They can't use their freeze to jump away and clean up the rest of these points. They're stuck here. They've got to fight it out through all these vampires. And these vampires have flurry. They have blades. They're stealing energy off of you. And Morlun is sitting there, feeling happy, getting drip-fed this healing from this vampire in the banana piles half the map away. So there's the star of our show for you. Here comes Perdegaton getting in the action. Lion will do a great job of making sure every single person on this team is getting exactly what they need to be impactful on this map. Here's the cross map drip feed. Morlun got the blood infusion. He's created another inheritor, and it's about to start swinging. He's picking his targets, taking a look at the cards. Here we go. We got a problem on Perdegi. That's why he got moved up first. You always want to move up your support pieces first for this kind of effect. If Perdegaton hadn't moved, this attack missed. Here we go. There's the damage. And they're out. That's both Harlequins gone, Poison Ivy gone, Perdegaton gone. All we're looking at left is double Man-Thing. One of them does have Tar Wet, but it's not very useful if you don't have an outwit because of juice. Here we go. Here's the willpower. The Man-Things are still up. Like, this dream isn't dead. I can't tell you how many times I've played against some of these Man-Things, and they are just immovable objects. He's just got to pick his targets in a way that makes sense. You can't put them into Beetlejuice, because the Mastermind just goes straight to the Inheritors. You've got to put them into Morlun and break this thing apart. There is a chance that he could use a Plasticity Breakaway here and do a cheeky little charge, try to get Perdegaton for some more points if he wanted to. But he doesn't want to. He's playing to win. He wants to take this whole Beetlejuice team and Morlun and every dirty vampire that's with him and blow them off the map. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Here's the juice. And he's just wearing them down slow and steady. Here comes Morlun. See, a great thing that Lionel's doing right now that's very important to notice is that he's not splitting up this damage. He's focusing everything into one Man-Thing at a time. Breaking them down, getting them lower defense, lower damage, and then getting them off the map. If he split up this damage, the amount of steel energy floating around on this map would just go crazy and this game would never end. And Lionel's dice are just absolutely popping off. All these big numbers he needs to hit. Not even a blink. Mystic's taking it down, but that may be a bad thing, because now he can generate another one with the power heal. And now it's right back, and it hasn't taken an action. But he doesn't have any left. Bloodstone would be a pretty good counter to this, but you have to be able to keep that Bloodstone figure alive. If one of these Man-Things was holding it, that'd be a totally different story, totally different game, but that's just not the game we have. Like at this point in the game, I think I would be looking at breaking away, using my plasticity, trying to pick up some of these points with Predagaton. Here it is. And that's exactly what's happening. They've got the giant reach to punch through him. So here we go. Giant reach 2. And I think he decided to go on to Beetlejuice instead. There's not a lot of resources left for these players. Every trick that they had, the Ares Bomb, the Fortify, has all been used. We do still have an I Must Have It and Lionel's Ares. Ooh. That's true. That is very, very true. Morlun doesn't actually need to heal the Click. All he needs is the opportunity to. And Bloodstone just lowers the total amount healed. So if he chooses not to heal at all, and just chooses to create inheritors, then there's no real difference to him. But it is important to note that this Morlun has been hit, I think, twice throughout this game and has healed back up thanks to this Banana Pile Herb Bush tech. And that amount of healing could make a world of difference, because hitting a 20 versus a 21 is quite a bit different. So here, and we're still pumping into this man thing. We have definitely cracked the armor here. And every time one of these things is hit, we're sending that 1 point of health to Morlun, creating the inheritor. The next inheritor hits, takes the mystics, it dies, the cycle continues.
And then this fourth, there's one more round of Swiss. So you could play the fourth round if you want, or if you
Is that enough?
Justin's dropping next.
He's finally off the map. That man thing was a Herculean effort to stay alive. But now there's one man thing left. 55 points versus the world. But if I had to bet on any 55 points, man thing isn't too far off of what I'd put my money on anyway. So the improved movement characters from Beetlejuice allows him to ignore the plasticity and get Predagaton out of dodge, move him back into safety, but where he can still see the action, so that way he can still use his probability control. Very, very important that if you're saving a support figure, you make sure that they can still be useful where you place them. There's no point getting them out of dodge if you're either putting them right back into the fire or if they're too far away to even play the game, because then they may as well have been killed anyway. So a little bit of reposition there for Morlun. Wanting to be on the other side of him. Here's the probs. Double probs. And he's starting to whittle down this man thing next. This is the same trick we've seen a couple of times now. Another inheritor. Just getting absolutely focused down. Oh, that looks like a big hit here. It looks like we succeed the rollout. And the last inheritor to go. Oh, there was a world that was a critical hit. We just barely missed it. That inheritor should be down, yep, from the Mystics. And it looks like we're just trying to clean up here. There's no other healing that we can drip feed to Morlun. He's been top dial for a little while. Beetlejuice side stepping up. And Perdegaton sitting right next to that booth there. I mean, this is as close to a checkmate situation I can imagine. If you put damage into Morlun, he's going to heal it back from the Inquisitor, the vampires there. If you put damage in the vampires, they're just going to come right back up. If you try to go for the juice, he's got the same thing. He can mastermind wherever he wants. And Perdegaton's got double shape change. At least right now, Morlun is blocking the line of fire. Actually, that's not even true. Man-Thing's giant, but he isn't stealth. But he's still giant, so Beetlejuice is going to be able to see him for probs. Morlun's not even blocking the line of fire. Here we go. Think we're rolling the giant willpower there. I'm not sure what that second roll was for. Not that it really matters. I think the players are keeping track of it pretty closely to decide who's going to take it here. Oh, it was a breakaway for a charge. He is going in for these points. So we're no longer trying to kill Morlun. We're just trying to pick up all the points we can on the map and use our steel energy to stay alive. Here's the shape change for Perdegaton. Let's see the shape change here. Maybe we have Battle Fury or something. Or maybe the players forgot. Oh, that was an action token. Looks like he missed. Yeah, there's another inheritor from the drip feed downtown. We've got senses. And man, this is just a clinic now. And there's really not much that can change. All that we're really fighting for here is the 20 points on Perdegaton to see who takes it. So if we're rolling senses, we know we're on click 3 or 4 here. Here's one prob. Here's 2 probs. And you can just feel the difference of this map. It looked really sketchy at first, but Lionel just very, very slowly took over, stemmed the bleeding, destroyed as many plants as he could, set himself up, and then launched in there. Let's see if we can get him for an interview once this game's over. But that was an absolutely crazy game. There were definitely times it could have gone either way. Those plants are very, very scary. But man, seeing that full engine running with Morlun healing, creating the vampires attacking, they're also healing, is just an absolutely insane train, especially when it gets rolling. And once Lionel decided to pull that trigger, he was in there, and he was in there fast. It took a couple of turns to set it up, but once that was done, the whole game changed pace. He went from defense to offense super quick. Let's see if we can get an interview with him here in a moment.
What do you think of that? Just like my time over here, just like zombies. I would have loved it.
It's a super good game. And let me go talk to him.
Yeah, that was a rough one, right? Because this guy was
didn't see me. This is
That's why I was
It's
like,
so
I'm just
cool.
gonna show him
yes, yeah.
because he's never gonna believe me if I tell you ahead of time.
I was like sure you can talk quiet, but everybody's sitting right there. But like this, like I could be sitting here chatting with someone and I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah.
It's great. Yeah. And being able to have the teams on the side and then zoom in on a character card for a moment.
It took a
is
while to figure it out,
super cool.
but especially being able to feed straight through HC units has made it so much easier. And I really want the coverage of HeroClix events to start looking like that, to where it's more viewer focused. Because
Yes.
I'll be honest, I love watching HeroClix, but I will fall asleep watching some of those older competitive games.
You watch some people who are just like say Clixed off, like
Well,
Daniel Powell, he'll stream his own games.
Yeah.
He's playing. It's just there's a camera.
Yeah, and
It's not-
it's great content. It's just not viewer focused.
Right.
And
It's good if you're like, hey, I want to see a top player and how did he handle this and this and
Exactly.
this. But you got to fill in the information on your own.
Very
like,
much
whereas
so.
You're giving like.
Yeah, it's tough not being able to hear them, but I've play tested so many of the similar teams
Right.
to where I can pretty much know what's happening almost immediately.
Very cool.
So if I had a little bit more experience with some of these teams, it'd be even smoother.
You guys got your paperwork here?
There we go. Yep. Originally, the idea was to have this mic is supposed to be a little bit louder than the mic that's up there, and when I'm talking normally, it very much is. But the cam I'm using has a mic on it, and that's like directly above the table. So you'd be able to hear the two players at about background volume, and then you'd be able to hear my commentary over the top. And when that's set up correctly, I can also hear the players through that mic, so it gives me more information too. But for whatever reason, once we set everything up this morning, my OBS has stopped recognizing the mic on that cam. So I don't know why it stopped, but it has, and we're just running with it and making do with what we've got, and we'll learn the lessons for the next times. But overall, I believe, just an update for the Emily fans in here, I think her triple Kongs got bested by Big Kong. And we've seen so many creative teams. I'm really hoping that we see one of the Red Deer players up on the top table here, because we haven't seen any of them, and there's some great players. Some of them are going to Canadian Nationals, so those are going to be a treat as well. I can't really show you the setup without also showing like the whole room, and I don't have permission from everyone here for them to be on camera. So part of the agreement was to have the camera this way and straight down onto the actual game board. So that way anyone that doesn't want to be on camera or is not comfortable being on camera is going to be totally okay being in the space, and they don't even have to worry about it. And so to protect that kind of that sanctity, I guess is the best word for it. I'll take a picture of my phone afterwards and kind of post it, but I really want to see everything that we've got. Yeah. I don't know about lose to. If you're going to Canadian Nationals, you got to be confident. You can't be coming out with that weak mental. Canada's got way too many good players to try to sit in that ring and just expect to lose off the jump. You got to come in hungry. Otherwise, some of these players are just going to run you off the map. They're going to smile at you and hit you for 6. Just can't have it. So it looks like we're just collecting the rest of the paperwork here. And we're going to figure out the next round pretty quick. And then I believe once that round's over, I think we're going to do about an hour for a lunch break. I don't know if I'm going to sit here and just talk with you guys, which I'd be very happy to, especially going over the meta reports and stuff. I love digging into the weeds and figuring out what people are playing. But we're going to do a small break for lunch. I'm probably going to rest my voice a little bit, and then we're going to come back and do the top cut. Oh, you're a sealed demon. I love me a battle royale. In fact, my favorite way to play this game Don't tell any of the Edmonton guys because, you know, they're going to judge me for it. They're going to call me out on it. I love to play constructed battle royales. You build a 200-point team or whatever point value you want. All 4 people are on the map, and you duke it out with your tuned-up teams, and it's just chaos. And I'm all for it. I will happily prob someone into a critical hit on myself or knockback to place me somewhere else for my next turn. Man, it's the best. The more chaotic the map is, the more people are just kind of saying, screw it, I'm doing it. I'm all for it. Man, I love seeing people just like kind of talk after the games and kind of enjoy just being around the community because you can hear it here. The people are just happy to be here. They're happy to come out and talk about their teams. And it's a totally different experience, especially when something's on the lines because you get that competitive streak. Plus, you get how great the community is and the players that just like to be here and share that experience with you. I've heard a couple questions for the judge since I've been here, which tells me that at least one of the players here is a little bit newer and still deciding to come out and compete and asking questions and learning, and I love to see it. Like, that is freaking awesome. I have so much respect for someone that can come out and do that, especially in HeroClix. This is a tough game to learn, and you've got to be the real deal to come out on a competitive night being fairly new and just be willing to, you know, take it as well as anybody else. Man, I am. That sushi was so good, though. That was a spicy California roll I had. Freaking phenomenal. I know this is a little bit basic, but you gotta enjoy the bare fundamentals sometimes. So I'm really, really hoping we get some red deer on this main camera. As long as the dice cooperates. Ugh. So I'm going to show off this Joker fish one more time. This was one of the participation prizes here. So really cool little piece of equipment. If you came out, you got one of these. There's a bunch of prizing for side events too, other con exclusives. Looks like we've got all kinds of stuff up there. I might steal them for a second just to show you guys. But here's that awesome looking Joker fish. Look at that goofy little dude. And there's the card for it. I love that they have the keywords on here, which means I can put it on my Bardley Quinn. But let's be real, I'm keeping Stormbreaker or Trick Arrows on her. Ooh. So we've got one round of Swiss left until the top 8 cut. And that last round of Swiss is no joke. Like, the difference here between going 3 good rounds of Swiss and 1 loss versus 4 great rounds of Swiss is the difference of your pairing after the top 8 cut. And if you make top 8, you want the easiest ride to those finals as possible. Because the less time you have to fail, like the better your team is versus your opponent. You want to be that top seed playing against the bottom seed. That way you can get as far in the tournament as possible and less chances to slip up from things that may not even be your fault.
Your 2 fellowship votes that you each get, you can give those to me at any point in time. It doesn't have to be at the end of the tournament. If you're like, hey, this person was awesome in such and such a way, just come in. Or if you have one of your 2 votes or whatever, I'll start kind of getting those as we go. We'll put the head
So just
table
getting some
back
quick
to here, 'cause I
announcements
think
here.
we're going to want this on the stream.
Absolutely.
There are 2 folks who are undefeated so far, are Ben and Lionel. So they are facing down. You can still come in.
Yeah, you're good, boss.
You go this way around to the,
Yeah,
to the magic.
just don't kick the tripod, please.
Table number 2 is going to be Wade versus Emily.
So it looks like we're getting a run back of Lionel.
Table number 3 is Tyler versus Derek.
So let me go ahead and fix up my cards here.
Table number 4 is Zeke versus John. Table number 5 is Slick versus Aaron. Table number 6 is Corbin versus Javen.
And we're just going to kind of hunt it down here so we've got the correct teams lined up. Oh, so we're getting a run back. We've seen both of these teams already. And if you've been paying attention, you already know. I don't think you can vote me for Fellowship since I'm not actually playing, but a katana would be cool. I'm pretty sure that's the reward for being Fellowship. So let's go. We're going to switch to the Game Live channel real quick. Our team 2 down here is what we're going to be changing. And it's already up to date. We're seeing that big Kong again. And this is Green Heath here. There we go. So we've got Big Kong. 200-point Kong is completely undefeated in Swiss. And you know what else is undefeated in Swiss? Morlun with the banana tech. So we're going to see this. We're going to get another chance to see this black symbiote technique. Symbiote stepping over on the elevated, getting blasted, going onto the other elevated, or getting the Kong wreckage marker, getting it broken. So we did that interview. We know how this team works, and it's just a stat monster, this big Kong. On the other side, this Morlun is no slouch. We watched it take plants, and he's staying here. He said, I'm planting my feet on the winner's table, and if you want me gone, you got to beat me to make it happen. So 2 undefeated teams at the top table. We've already seen them both play, so there shouldn't be any major surprises here. Oh, I lied. We do have a surprise. We're getting taken to Brock's bunker, and we're trying to put this Kong in a cage. Holy crap. Depending on the side selection here, this could dramatically change the outcome of this game right at the start. Because if we don't have enough room to set up the symbiote trick, it just doesn't happen. This is such a heads-up map placement from Lionel. There's only so many of these Brock's Bunkers map floating around here in Canada. Most of them were won at the ROC or ordered sometime just after. And so it's really cool seeing these maps here. And we're playing the game. Here we go. Morlun's getting set up. I'm going to take this chance to use the restroom real quick. I'll be right back. I'll put you guys on the live game. And I want the bets in the chat. We've seen how both of these interact. We've seen what both these teams are trying to do, and you could not pick 2 different teams and how they want to run this game. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for the sideline here for Lionel. What we're really looking for is when he chooses to use the I must have it card. So if he hits and rolls a 9 or a 10, he gets to choose to get rid of one of Kong's, the motorcycle that Kong's going to end up having. And already we're seeing a Predegaton move that symbiote into a corner, making it as hard as possible to do this trick and really slowing this Kong down. because as we saw, what Lionel really wants is a couple of turns to get to about 3 inheritors. He wants to save that 4th one for the rollout for when he goes in deep and when he decides to go on the offensive. So if he can buy himself those turns just by making the setup harder thanks to Predegaton, it's going to work heavily in his favor. But at the end of the day, you still got to beat this Kong. And I don't care how many inheritors are on the map, Kong's going to quake, and Kong's going to do what Kong does. So I'm going to catch up with you guys real quick. I'll put you back on this other channel, and let's see how it shakes out. Alright, we're back. I love seeing Venom King Kong on the map. Oh, Dylan had the same wavelength as me. So the teams are just setting up. We've got a little alcove phone booth here. We've just thrown the herb as far to the side as possible. Anyone who's not played on this map needs to give it a chance. Experience like what a map can do to a game. This map is a great example of just how impactful making a team interact with every aspect of a map is. All the elevated on this map, on the right hand side up where our Morlun is set up, that is the highest elevation, and it drops down one step at a time all the way down to where Kong is. And so on the right is high, on the left is low. And every step of the way, every one of these bits of elevation is surrounded in walls, except for the one in the middle and the very far right. And so to traverse this elevation, you need to also be able to break through walls to move freely on this map, which is a really tall ask. It can be done, but I can tell you right now, Kong does not do it. And if you're not familiar with how some of these big characters move, because you might be thinking Kong's a 2x2, how's he getting up this little set of stairs to get onto the higher elevation? When you move one of these big characters, you choose one square on their base, and you move as if you are only that one square. And then when you go to place the figure at the end of the movement, all of the other squares need to be able to get to that point within the same number of moves. So essentially you can't kind of like flip Kong around to get an extra square or anything like that. All squares of the figure have to go from their starting point to the ending point within that movement. But you only use one square to actually do the movement itself. Might sound a little weird if you're just hearing it, but when you're actually playing the game, it makes a lot more sense. Had a little water run from the... So we're getting a little double check on the rules for TKing multi-squared. Yeah, so just double checking the ruling for TKing a multi-base terrain element. We're going to check here real quick with our handy dandy pack. We've got our judge on it. Both characters are already in agreement.
That's also within 4 squares in line of fire from that tree. Only the one square matters.
Yeah, so only one square that you can see with the TK matters, and that square that you choose has to be able to see and get to the final location of the TK is kind of the shorthand of it.
Let me go ahead and move that water bottle for you guys. He's about to hide some illegal moves behind the water bottle.
There we go.
If you don't reach your opponent, you're disqualified, remember.
Yeah, all votes against you go to Matt instead for the prize. So I am very excited to see this. I know a lot of people aren't fully believers of Morlun. One sec. Oh. There we go. Now we should be able to see the map pretty clearly here. And I'll swing back to myself real quick. So you can see. There we go. They're just prepping for this final round of Swiss now. And I can't ask for a better team to be up here on the front. I am a little bit upset we didn't get to see every region here show up on the table. You guys are missing out on some absolutely fantastic players. And these players are piloting teams they know. They're getting creative. They're hitting moves that are really going to teach some new players watching, or even some experienced ones, some tips and tricks they may not have. But if I can't get that, I'm glad we're getting the 2 undefeated members of the Swiss round. And these teams are definitely unique. I mean, this is a 200-point Kong without Gaia, just rocking the symbiote tech, rocking Spider Ham, and really utilizing every ounce of support that you can squeeze into 100 points.
All right, everyone good to
And
go?
here we go.
Round 4, and then you can get some food. Round 4 begins now. Here we go.
Here's round 4. Let's see how it shakes out.
Round 4 is go.
So we know Kong's going first. How is he going to figure out how to get his trick going with the symbiote way over there in BFE? So this symbiote needs to get back into the action so we can be triggered and self-killed. So that way Kong can get the symbiote abilities. Alright, so we've shifted the symbiote over as far as we can. And we're just going to have to wait till the next turn to actually activate, it looks like. Lionel's sitting, thinking about this turn. How safely can he move up? And he's mentally asking himself the question that we're all asking. When is that 50-point Kong going to make an appearance? Because I don't think there's ever going to be a point in this game where Lionel has equal or less figures to this Kong. So there's the TK. Here's the heal on Morlun. Very, very practiced first turns on these teams. Very, very practiced. So what are we going to do with it? Here's the move with Morlun. He's coming into the open. And Lionel is not scared. He is coming in hot. Here comes Perdegaton. I believe that Predagaton was carried by Morlun, so saving the action tokens on Predagaton. Here comes a little sidestep from Juice, doing a little carry. And everyone's just trying to move up. Lionel knows he's got to be aggressive in this game. I don't think there's a version of this game that he wins if he allows this Kong to dictate the pace. Because now, that first turn that Kong wanted to take last turn, he now has to take this turn. But he has no leadership, so he may not have enough actions to equip anything.
It looks perfect where it's six, right? Yeah, and it's normal die, like it's 1 through 6.
So this is going to be tough. What we're seeing here is a tempo play by Lionel. He says, I know you can't afford to attack me, or you're going to miss out on the gimmick of your team. And this Kong player needs to decide how important are these abilities on Kong. Can I play without them, or do I have to burn this turn to get them? This is a very, very big decision, and it may not feel like that from the player's perspective, especially if you're so used to locking in this first turn. This delay, thanks to Predagaton, makes a massive difference. So here we go. He's on the high ground. And he had to do a full move to get there as well. So to answer your question there, Brian, I believe the initial inclusion was probably the red symbiote for Blades, which included Ares. But I'm assuming when they changed to black symbiote, they just kind of kept Ares on the sideline because it's essentially an auto-include. The other thing is that there is a Beetlejuice on the side, and I don't remember if Beetlejuice has blades, but he does have mind control. So there's a very good chance he could switch gears here, bring out the Beetlejuice, get a mind control, and then blade your own team with your own piece. So let's see what happens here. Okay, we've committed. But there's no place to put the... So we've quaked, generated the wreckage, but he doesn't have the action economy to finish it. This is 2 turns now where the Kong team hasn't had a chance to get going. Here comes Morlun. We've already got the banana feed going. We don't have the herb bush over there for the double healing yet, but we could. This is the juice coming up. And so Lionel's dominating the middle section of this map. This middle section is where most fights in this map will break down. He's not really worried about range attacks, so Spider-Ham's defensive abilities really aren't coming into play here on this map. This main force Beetlejuice is not going to be able to mastermind Kong, but he could potentially get to Spider-Ham if he does get through both senses. Because offensively on this very first click, this Beetlejuice isn't posing too much of a threat if you don't have mind control targets. Okay, but Beetlejuice does break through blocking on the move, which means he was able to come up, break the blocking. Now there's still an elevation difference, that has not changed. And so here, I'll show you the Juice's card real quick. We do have that move through blocking, and he can fly. So Beetlejuice doesn't worry about moving up and down the elevation. This map is Beetlejuice's playground on Main Force. He can do whatever he wants on it, and it's you that's got to defend the map if you're not running the Main Force Beetlejuice. So here comes Morlun. He's going to get down to the safety of the shape change, getting to that phone booth to drip feed in person. He wants that consistent tick, tick, tick of health. And what are we going to do with it? There you go. So that's 2 tokens there for Morlun. He's going to be tapped out. This is the price you have to pay if you're going to use Morlun to carry Predegaton instead of the other way around. But maybe he needed the time. Maybe he needed the extra tokens to TK with Predegaton. There's the drip feed. We've power actioned on the banana pile. We've eaten the banana, and we've pooped out a vampire on the other side of the map. The digestive system of the vampire is strange indeed. And we've just kind of retreated. We've put a threat up on the map, pulled it back, and now that vampire, that inheritor, is just sitting there waiting. Waiting to pounce. Is the Kong going to be able to jump onto it? Here we go. They're doing the trick. He's breaking the terrain, self-killing the symbiote. We now have Venom Kong on the map. The motorcycle drops. Remember that symbiote is a normal character. And that motorcycle is now available for Kong to pick up and get on. So we've got to decide here if we want the combat reflexes or the extra speed and senses. Lionel is reminding him about the one shot. I must have it to potentially destroy the motorcycle, which might lean Greenheath to the super senses clip, because if he can avoid the damage, if he can not be hit, then that card is no longer in effect. So there's the card that Lionel reminded his opponent of. And here comes Kong. I'm going to double check real quick which click that bike got put on, because that will matter for this casting. Alright, so we've just confirmed that the bike is in fact on senses. This will help protect it from I must have it, because if he succeeds the super senses, he's not hit at all, so the card is not in effect. He also gets the extra speed, which could help him close the gap on this map, because he's going to have to respect this map even though he's Venom Kong. Here we go. Solus on the map. So Lionel's going to have to figure out how to crack this open, because he knows Kong's coming in. Kong's got an action token on him, but with double willpower, you can never assume that Kong's not going to be able to come in hot. So here it is. Where is Solus going to go? He's coming all the way down, carrying the ant with him. These ants are going to be massive, 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 and hitting these high numbers you need for 200-point Kong. So for this game, Kong is going to have to survive this onslaught and find a way to break the defensive shell that is Morlun, with this inheritor in the back giving him these heals. So 200-point Kong, Imperv, Senses, reducing pen, no one's higher than him. Beetlejuice isn't dealing pen, he's very well positioned in this matchup. There's the willpower. But what are you going to approach? Do you treat this like a plants team and just KO everything in front of you on your way to the back line? Or do you go for these big quakes and try to clear out this whole team, break up their play here? Brian's calling for the monkey business. He wants the call in and he wants it now. But where is that monkey gonna go? We can take 2 actions on Big Kong here. And there's enough people where you could take 2 actions on the 50-point Kong as well. Do you use it now or do you leave it in the tank for the turn that you're double tokened? But if you wait too long, Kong's not alive anymore, and so it can't call it in. With that whole team circled around there and enough walls to knock everybody into something for knockback damage, I would be so hard pressed here not to charge in and hit this Fat Quake. Especially if I can kill this ant and Solus on the way up there. Because if everyone's targeted and Beetlejuice flies, so it's going to be penetrating to everyone. That'll be a great way to finally get through. And he's doing it. He's calling in Baby Kong. Actually, we're going to call this one Diddy Kong. Diddy Kong's coming in. Here's the charge. Here we go. We're doing the multi-target punch. He's got to get through these probs. And that's a dang good start. So just shy of the 21 of Morlun, but enough to take, looks like an ant off the map.
Yes, they had said all along that now,
And there we go. Diddy Kong came in, made his attacks, and did make a very large dent. But, like we said, it's just 10 points. And you really haven't lost anything on the Kong side of the fence. Your trick is just kind of spent, and that's 10 points. Not a big deal. You would want a little bit more impact, though. It's just so hard to hit those big attacks through how many probs this Beetlejuice per Degaton team has. So we're counting out squares of him trying to get offensive. We've already seen that Morlun has the reach to get there. But the question is he going to actually be able to make a difference? Because if he overextends with anything and doesn't have enough support there to back it up, the probs to keep people safe, he's going to run into a very big problem very fast. The one thing we've seen a weakness in this Kong team is the lack of probability control and how susceptible it is to some of these high defense numbers. So what approach does Lionel want to go with it? Okay, we've got the early TK in. Here comes the inheritor. And we're bringing in the ant. This +1 attack, like I said, is huge because they all share the animal keyword to hit this Kong here.
Clear kind of the way they said it, but it says turn this face down the first time a character. Yeah, they have this. Friendly characters have it, and as soon as one of your friendly characters uses it, it flips down, and now the rest don't have it. It's not the best way they could have worded it.
Okay, here we go. This has been measured out quite carefully. We know he's got the reach. Here's Morlun. And it looks like a successful shape change. That black symbiote is paying dividends into this Kong. Oh no, he's rolling dice. That must have been a failed roll. Here's the imperv. Looks like he got through.
Sorry, just 1 second. And we might just do that. So maybe hold off. Okay.
Venom Kong. A little bit of ruling questions happening on the next table over. I don't know how much the mic is picking that up. But here we go. We've got the drip feed for the inheritor. And here it comes. So they're largely going over the rulings here again for the Mimic and how some of the one-shots work to give free powers to other characters. Because it is not very intuitive unless you've already played them. The characters that give, the one-shots that give all characters on your force an ability, and then once you use that free ability, the one-shot flips over. On first read, it's very understandable to expect that all of your characters would be able to use it on that turn that you decide to use it, instead of just using it once and then the card flips. So very understandable if you haven't had it ruled for you before. But here comes Kong, and he's clearing out all the inheritors. Got the ant, the inheritors. I don't know if that was big enough to hit Morlun, but what an attack. Here we go, we're punching onto Morlun. He needs to hit that big 21. None of the probs are close enough to get line. And he's taking damage. Holy crap, we've got damage on Morlun. He still has the drip feed in the back, so he's not out by any means. But that definitely hurts. That big 13 attack is able to touch the 21 defense. So Morlun is now on click 4. But I don't think there's any follow-up unless Spider-Ham gets involved. And he's getting involved. Here comes the Ham. Ham on Morlun. We've got the prob. But I don't think it's enough. Now, Ham is on the other side of Kong, so a little bit more exposed. Okay, we succeeded the willpower Morlun. We do have plasticity on these pieces up front, so Morlun's not getting away anytime soon. But I don't think he wants to. I think Morlun's happy to be sitting here. But an 11 attack is massively different than a 12 attack. So with Morlun down, hitting that big Kong is going to be that much harder. He is going to be able to do the heal here, supporting the token, funnels the heal to Morlun. That white rabbit putting in work. I didn't see how big the heal was, but with the heal from over there, He's got more than enough to put Morlun right back on top dial. Morlun takes a punch from Kong last turn for a full 5 clicks and then healed right back up. Tough miss there. There we go, in a successful shape change. These double rollouts from Ham combined with this Beetlejuice is actually working in Ham's favor. The normal way you get through Spider-Ham is using Outwit to take away his rollouts, because then he has no reducer and you can just pop into him. But on this specific matchup, that's not possible because this Morlun team isn't running Outwit to deal with it. He doesn't need to. He's got juice on the field. That Outwit would be useless. So here we go. We got the prob on Ham. This is an entirely different game with Ham still alive. This prime is worth its weight in gold if you can find it. And Ham survives the onslaught. 3 attacks, and he's not even breaking a sweat. He may not be walking through panels, but he's staying alive. Here's some willpowers. So how do you approach this here? Both of Kong and Spider-Ham have plasticity, thanks to Spider-Ham's ability. So they can break away no problem. Not to mention Kong is 2 sizes larger, so he can't be timed down by them anyway. Actually, I stand corrected. Morlun is giant. So if he's taking this challenge, he's saying, I don't care how much healing you have, I'm going to break through you. 5 clicks by 5 clicks, he's going to try to tear this Morlun down. So Quake masterminded back to Miles. There's the knockback happening. That should be a dead Miles. It is. In comes. And that is a really big hit because that's 1 less prob now. Now we're down to just... Now we're just down to Beetlejuice and Predegaton's prob. Which is a massive difference for some of these characters trying to hit up to 20s. Here's the second attack. It looks like it's just on Morlun. No, it wasn't. It was on the Spider-Man. I'm assuming it was actually on Juice and masterminded back. Oh no, it was double targeted. Triple targeted. Must have been a Quake. Even more damage coming through. So Lionel's got some thinking to do here. He needs to decide if he's going to accept this challenge or not. Ooh. This is a massive hit. Burning the Fortify here. Can't burn the Fortify. It's only dealing 3 damage through. I think this was Spider-Ham. And Morlun is down. Oh. Double Quake. Spider-Ham with the follow-up is enough to break this Morlun apart. As soon as we lost the Invincible, Kong ripped through him like butter. And now this is a race. This is as much oomph as Beetlejuice and Spider-Man can do to try to take down this Spider-Ham. This Kong took the challenge, said, I don't care how much you're healing him, I'm tearing straight through you. A couple of quakes and Spider Ham follow-up is all it took. And the juice is in. He's trying to line up a couple of poisons. This looks like a charge from the juice. With a prob. There's Juice's prob. Senses. And he got through it. Taking a fourth from knockback damage. So Spider Ham is on those last two clicks, those flurry clicks. But he also has regen. He could spin the turn here, healing right back up. And meanwhile, Kong is teeing off on his entire team. Here we go. Spider-Man's coming in, but no range attack is available because of Spider-Ham's ability. So the double target successful. Here we go. This is just a normal senses through the precision. And it looks like it was successful. It was not successful. Spider Ham is out. That is a tough loss there this late in the game, but to be expected, and the one precision will get through Kong's defense. Big willpowers here, you need to hit these. And Kong's free to act. Every single turn. If Kong can hit both these willpowers, he can keep generating advantage. The minute he fails one of these, doing one less attack makes him that much weaker because he's not putting out as much damage every turn. So here comes Kong. Kong's up on the high ground. So this move was only available because Beetlejuice broke through the wall and opened it up. Kong would not have been able to do this on his own without quaking these walls down first. And this allows him to hide from Predagon. But we've got the steel energy healed right back up thanks to the damage there. I believe... Ooh, I think Juice just rolled out on shape change. No, it's probably the motorcycle. It's so easy to forget that Battle Fury beats shape change when you're this deep into a game and things are just happening. But I'm pretty sure this Juice is on the Senses click of the cycle as well. And here comes Kong again, another big hit. Now he's in range of Predagon. But I don't think it matters. There we go. There's the team cards back up for you guys, for anyone that wants to see them. Here comes the Rabbit Goon. We've called in for reinforcements, and this is who shows up. But a late game support may be all you need to take a game that was otherwise out of your hands. The Juice is 3 damage on this main dial, and for most of the dial, is very, very limiting in taking down these big figures, especially ones with Battle Fury. Main Force Juice really wants to lean into that mind control, but that's just not possible against this big one-man army. And with Morlun down, the flurry of attacks is just not near as severe. Looks like we successfully... There we go. So the Juice is tucked away into a corner, directly behind Kong there. Like if you just drew a straight line through the back of Kong's chest, you'd get to Juice. And I think Juice is rolling out of almost every attack. I think he was hit by a singular Quake, but that was masterminded back to Miles. Here's the 2 willpowers. Only one of them successful. And this is what we were talking about. These are the kinds of turns that change the game. If you're not able to get both of your actions out. Here's the charge. Prodegaton's line of fire is broken. There's the punch. Maybe I missed a little bit of debris. They did successfully prow with Prodegaton, so maybe that corner's already broken and I just couldn't see it. Oh no, Prodegaton can see his back leg. I'm a fool. But that is a very dead Prodegaton. A dead Pog. And now it is just mono eat mono, Juice versus Kong, but we've got some White Rabbit support coming in hot. So Juice is on the run, trying to save this White Rabbit, trying to stay together so that he can be supported and healed up and actually have a chance to fight back here. I'm really surprised the Lionel didn't go for those trick arrows in the bottom corner there that Ham dropped, because those are free points. And if you're at the top of this game here, you already know you're making the top 8 cut. The only difference here is how many points you get versus the people at the 3rd and 4th table. Picking up that 10 points could be the difference of matching up against 7th place versus 6th or 5th.
Knockback's still going to be during the attack, so knockback's going to happen first.
Here's Senses on Juice, and that'll fail. And that's a big hit coming onto Juice. I think that's the full 5 coming down onto Juice. And I think we're double checking. I think we just found out that that would have killed Juice. There we go. And he's keeping the White Rabbit alive, only assigning 1 damage to him, so that way he keeps his double actions against this Beetlejuice. Tried to go for it. So I think Juice got saved by the Fortify, which means Juice is most likely on Clix 5, but I can confirm here in a second. And they park it next to the booth to heal back up. So that double willpower saved Kong there. He's still got gas to go, so keeping that White Rabbit alive and deciding to double target Punch instead of Quake on the previous turn in order to assign the correct amount of damage to undershoot a kill is what keeps him on the offensive in this game. And I think he finally decided to just mastermind it back to the White Rabbit to kill the Dark Rabbit on purpose. Or the White Rabbit on purpose. So now it's just mono-y-mono. Juice is next to the bush. Kong is next to the bush. But one of these characters is not like the other. One of them is a colossal venom King Kong, and the other is just Beetlejuice. Both of these figures have terrorized metas, and we're doing a little hit and run tactic here with Beetlejuice. We'll hit and sidestep out, but Kong has no problem keeping up with that. But both of these characters have terrorized their individual metas, and I think that Juice is really trying to position in a way here that Kong can't freely stand to actually interact with him. Here's the Quake. It's got to be a Quake to break through these walls unless they're already broken. Successful Senses keeps the Juice alive. And it feels like every game we watch for this Kong comes down to this same final moments. Lionel is doing a fantastic job dancing around this map. This is Beetlejuice's playground. He doesn't have to respect anything here, and he's intentionally keeping these walls up so that Kong has to respect them and really messing with Kong's positioning. Here's the charge. Shape change fail. Juice is coming in. Imperv. And we've got some damage onto the big guy. And I just love the spirit of these players. Lionel's still clearly having fun, trying his best to outplay this Kong. And Kong is just doing what King Kong does. I need an offshoot comic now of Venom Kong and what that would do. Here comes Kong, flying around the corner. Here's the problem. Lionel begging for some relief. And I don't think Kong has any mercy to give. That is Symbiote Kong, fully venomed out. And Michael Keaton doesn't stand a chance. Just getting ripped to shreds. To shreds, you say. But Lionel's not out. This is a sidestep, a dance and a half. Flicking around this map left and right, trying to keep Kong off the bush, trying to get to the bush himself. The trick arrows are free points. He's trying to defend the armor. This is the difference of some of these players getting those top finishes and matching up against the 7th and 8th place seed, or getting knocked down into 3rd and 4th place because you don't know how the second top table is doing. Because if you only pick up 100 points here as Lionel, there's a very good chance that the next highest table outperforms you points-wise. He can't afford to give up here while there's still points on the table. Kong down to 1 willpower rolls means that there are going to be some turns that Keaton gets to breathe, but it is not this turn. There we go. Juice is still alive, still dancing. And he's taking a deep look at that destroyer armor. Here comes Kong. I don't think there's a place except for... There's no place on the lower elevation that Kong can stand to safely break that bush. And if he takes the time to do a destroy action, that's a turn he's not punching Beetlejuice. It's a bit of a catch-22 for the Kong player here. And there it is, the charge destroy action. He was able to successfully move Kong away from it and then come back in after getting the health. There's the willpower. It looks like it was a double clear turn actually. And here comes the monkey. That prob is doing amazing things here to keep him alive. Here's the senses. And a successful senses. Kong just has to sit here and wonder, how is this guy still alive? Failed shape change. Prob on both sides of the fence. And it looks like a critical miss. The Juice has been working so hard to stay alive. And falling to a critical miss may be the last straw here. But we still have to beat that probability control. You still have to hit those high defenses, beat the rollouts. And he misses yet again. Lionel's about to make a mad dash for that booth and the bush. There he is. And this bush has put in more healing in this game than I think I've ever seen a bush do. And that is tough to watch the dice just kind of not fall in your favor turn after turn after turn as this Kong. But there's just not much you can do about it, and Kong's got to clear yet again. Meanwhile, Juice is hit and run tactics, stay strong, but shape change gets Kong out of danger. That's a massive shape change. Although I do not know how Beetlejuice is ever going to get through some of these stop clicks. This is more of a ritualistic ending to this game, because it can only end one way. But the problem is that Juice has to go down for that to happen. And if Juice just never falls, he denies those points to Greenheath here, which could make a very big difference in the matchups. And was that a second critical miss for Juice? That's 2 in 3 turns. So here he comes. We need to get this booth off the map. And there's just nothing you can do if you're rolling that way. So here we go. We're still not rolling more than a 5 on these dice of succeeding shape changes though, but we're not getting attacks to finish this game. Now we're calling where our shots are hitting. And dice are just throwing left and right. The result of this game is such a foregone conclusion. I think both players went from struggling to finish the game back to having fun just to see how long this is going to last. Oh, he finally hit the 20 defense. And there it is. There it is. Juice finally drops. What a crazy, crazy game. Juice sitting on that 20 defense click for so long. And especially with that probability control, it became almost impossible to kill him. I'm really not sure why the armor didn't get picked up, but we can ask him in the post-match interview here in a second. I'm sure he's going to need a moment to take a breath here, as that was quite the game. That was the second grinder of a match we saw this Kong have to go through. And that's after he just came through beating Emily's triple Kongs. So this is the King Kong you're seeing, piloted by Greenheath here. So we're going to try to get a post-match interview, see how it went, what he was feeling, because he's still got the top 8 rounds to go. And if you're getting burned out here in the Swiss rounds, that can really affect your decision-making going forward. But I've got a lot of faith in these players. They're putting up fantastic, fantastic games. People are celebrating Kong. You never thought this would happen. So once he's all packed up, I'll see if we can get a second post-match interview. But I definitely need a drink of water there. Some of those games are so tough to stay like locked in on, especially if it's just down to you just throwing dice and hoping for a 9, 10, or 11 to hit, because you know those aren't coming very often. Especially if you got to hit it through a prop. And the odds of hitting those twice in a row are just so astronomical. So give me 2 seconds here and I'll pull them over. I think we've been turned down for a post-match interview, but that's totally fine. Most players are not a big fan of being on camera in general, especially if you've already done one fantastic interview already. Doing another one is, of course, just a little bit too much to ask for sometimes. But we've got a lot of great players here, so I might grab someone else that we didn't see and see how they're doing. So let me see here. Oh, you want me to ask about the Aries? Sure. Let me ask.
Spare spot, man pointed it out.
Which is that?
I love it.
All right, for people asking about the Aries on the sideline for that team, It's for the Mimic. So when the Mimic comes out, the Mimic can Ares Bomb. So there we go. Questions answered right here live. That's what we like to do. We still have games going here. For once, we're not the last table. But we've had such good games. There's people standing up, rolling dice, leaning over the table, trying to get these last little bits of points out before the top 8 cut. Because like I've said before, it makes a world of difference where you get lined up. And these players know that. These are very, very good players. Players that are no stranger to some of these events, but new to Champion Clix. This is the first Champion Clix most of these players have had. Just because we're further west in Canada, this is our first chance at this kind of tournament. And for a lot of these players, this is the warm-up round for Canadian Nationals here at the end of the month, starting next month. And so this will set the pace for how these people are thinking about competitive, what teams to worry about, and where to go from there. So no one is looking to give up points, and there's time in the round. So let me see if I can snipe somebody for a quick interview, and we'll see what we can do.
Top 8, and then dinner break. If you're it's pretty slick.
This is the mic that it's actually going through. So I'll just hold up like this if you don't want to actually wear it. This way. There we go. So, Yeah, we've got a couple people in the chat. I know Dice Station Zebra has been rooting for you this whole time.
Yes, Jocelyn and Rob, love them.
Absolutely. So this is your first time playing against these players in this community. How does it feel to see some of the other Canadian players? Are they putting you to the test, or is this just a walk for the Queen of the North?
So Ben was like a massive wipe for me. There's no way I can beat his team. So thankfully he's 4-0.
Yeah,
I'm
that was
3-1.
the big Kong team, the Green Heath. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm 3-1. So chances are we're not going to be paired up. He's going to be paired
Yeah,
up with 2-2.
you're gonna be the opposite side of the bracket
hopefully
mostly.
if we face again, it'll be in the finals.
And is that the only team you're worried about? Because I've seen Prime Red Harpy on one side. I've seen some Juices. There's all kinds of stuff here.
I'm okay with Juice because I'm playing Juice.
Yeah, of course.
So a Juice is whatever.
Absolutely,
I mean,
yep.
my Juice can't sidestep or poison, but that's the only difference of their Juice versus mine. I've actually never faced a Red Harpy before, so
I don't think many people have. I think that was
Yeah.
definitely a meta call of they're not gonna know what's coming,
Yep.
and I'm just gonna roll the dice on it.
Yeah, I mean, high defense is hard. I think somebody's got a destroyer on a Colossus. That could be
Absolutely.
hard to
Hitting those 22s, 21s, that's a
right?
tough ask,
So I think for
especially
that,
without free actions.
I think I just have to get everything around him and
Okay.
save him for last, and he can't mind control me if I don't start next
So-
to him.
So where are you at as a competitive player on kind of taking the challenge and hitting what's ever in front, or circumventing that and going for the people in the background? Because that is a long argument that people make all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it really depends what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the last game that I was just in, I went right up into his Colosseum, and I was able to do a Quake and took out all of the support and then hurt the big guys in it. So in one swoop, your 3 probs are gone, your trick arrow dude
Absolutely.
is gone, you're like... So that was totally worth it, even though I was missing the people that were inside with high defenses. It
Yes.
was still worth it to take out all those.
And it's so much easier to hit those high defenses once that prob isn't there.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and
Definitely
I had
see
my
it.
prob because I'm playing triple Kong,
Yep.
right? So one of them.
What
I've
do
got,
you have on these Kongs? Because we almost saw you up there, but you ended up getting moved to a table just so we could see different teams.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely.
so what does this team look like?
Yeah,
Triple Kong.
Triple Kong. So I've got Gaia on one of them.
Okay, yeah.
I've got Cathan on another one, and I have Seth on the third one. So I'm giving a Kong Mystics. I'm making it a thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw Symbiote Kong up here. And it sounds like you're using every trick in the book we've already seen with Kong, plus your Seth, making it your new little
Yes.
spice, versus the 200-point Kong that's using none of the original tricks,
Yes.
his own bag pulling out, putting the venom on there. What are your thoughts for how open the meta is right now?
Oh, it's wonderful. It's like the
Perfect.
diversity here. There's like nothing is the same. So everything
Yes.
that you're sitting down in front of, it's completely different. It's
So-
wonderful.
I showed the meta report on stream, so they already know the answer. But what do you think? I don't know what that means. Okay, he's waiting for 1 second. So what do you think the meta looks like in terms of the top 5 characters played? Just had a guess.
Copycat, Prodegaton. Here today?
Yeah, just
Maybe Kong, because there's a few of us.
well, I'll tell you right now, the only character that starts on the map that's in that top 5 was Prodegaton. Everything else is so wide open, it is ludicrous. I've never seen an event like this without mirror matches left and right. But I'll go ahead and let you go because they're doing prizing.
Is you. Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you.
You're in second seat right now, Emily. Third place is
second
Tyler.
seed.
Second seed?
Second seed. This is exciting.
Okay.
I don't know where we went, but
He's fourth is Lionel. You're sitting fourth right now. Welcome to the top 8. Now, anyone who needs to drop before they play the top 8, you can't take the prize because we have to put 9th place up into the spot then.
I'm listening for who's 7th. Who
Yeah.
we're gonna face.
So
Yeah.
Tyler might be.
Can't cut and run here.
Wade, you're in 5th.
Hey,
John, you're in 6th.
let's go. Let's go, Edmonton.
Corbin, you're in 7th.
I gotta go, but I gotta
Oh,
go to my kid's
okay.
baseball game.
Okay. Okay.
So someone else
So,
gets fucked.
Alright, so 7th had to drop out. So 8 is moving up, and 9 is moving up to 8.
Sitting 8th right now is Derek.
Woo!
Yeah. So
Some Red Deer representation in the top 8. We'd love to see it.
There you go. You were talking trash on Red Harpy, and now it's here. That's what I like to hear. No one gets away for free. Oh yeah, you're getting a bunch of hellos there in the chat. Both sides of Dice Station's evil rooting for you. But it looks like we're wrapping up here.
So I think the next thing for us is a 1-hour break. So in terms of the viewer experience, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It's going to close out for an hour. I'm going to go get some food and a drink. And that way, YouTube is going to save the pre-cut all as one video. So anyone who's here that wants to see other games, because we had some crazy ones here on this stream. Like, I might go back and watch it just to see it again, honestly. You're going to be able to see those, and it's going to be its own thing. And then when we kick the stream back on in an hour, then you're going to get its own video that you can go back and rewatch that's just the top 8 cut. And there's going to be some heavy, heavy competition. And all of our local regions here, from listening to that top 8 cut, are all represented. We've got 2 from Edmonton, a couple from here. We, of course, have Emily there. And we've got some Red Deer representation as well. So every region that plays here, that plays competitive, is all showing up, and we're throwing some heat with our own teams. So thank you for the interview.
Of course.
And I'll see you guys in an hour.